Hello, folks. Howdy. Second, where am I? Oh yeah, my stream deck is in a strange place today. For a reason you'll see shortly. Hello, folks. How we doing? We have the charity layout is back up. I have Cookie Clicker because I needed something I didn't have to pay attention to today, right? I'm not gonna die if I can't play WoW hardcore. I can't play Elden Ring while I'm reading this out, can I? Oh, I have a list of names of everyone who donated to the charity stream in a big spreadsheet here. There are 9,066 names, which is fun. Now, people were quite cruel to me in that there were two options, right? For how I could do this. I could either just say thank you to Anonymous and then skip them, right? I could either... Hang on, I'm going to take my jumper off. I'm already hot. That's not good. I could either just... say one big thank you to Anonymous and then call it there. Or I could keep a count of all the anonymi. So I have a little button here that I hit and it increases by 1 on the stream deck. I'm going to press that each time, right, to count the anonymous donators. So we'll be using that. I won't press it for the first two because I just pressed it there as a demonstration. Oh, okay. I'm going to take a sip of water. I have a cup of coffee. I have some throat lozenges, which people make me scared of taking. Actually, I have a little horrible story before I get started. When I woke up this morning, I went and I made a cup of coffee. And while I was waiting for the kettle to boil, I was a little peckish. I just grabbed a piece of bread out of our loaf that we have near the kettle. And I ate about 75% of it, and then I looked at it, and it was all green. It was moldy. That's horrible, isn't it? That's not good. I really, you know what? I wish I'd just eaten it all without noticing, because I didn't notice until I looked at it, and then I started feeling sick. Like, right after I saw it. Ugh, nightmare. Yep. Anyway, I didn't look at the loaf. My sister very kindly went shopping for me before I got back off my holiday, and she was like, "Oh, I got you bread and milk," but I didn't look at the date on the bread. Apparently, she got bread that was 15 minutes like before it it went off or something like that. Anyway, it's the thought that counts, eh? Anyway. Could I ask someone who's here to do me a very sneaky? You don't have to. You can donate $1 or $10 or whatever. I did a test there just to test it was working, you know, for today. If someone could just test it is in fact working for people who are not me, just so I know it is. And then what I can do is I can use the break in the dates. Like anyone who donated before today, I've got in this list here. But then, if there are any new ones today, I can either thank them as they come in, or I can go at the end and open up the donates page and do anyone who donated today as well, you know? Anyway, should we get started? It doesn't go to the funder, but the general page. Oh, it goes to the donate page for me. Link doesn't work. Uh-oh, that's not good. Why does it work for me? Great. Well, thank you very much, Mikhail Internet, for proving that it does in fact work. Works for me, works for me, works for me. Oh, is it including the dot? Ah, I see. Yeah. If you're on mobile, maybe it's broken. I can fix that very quickly. I see. Okay. Alright, I'm on it. I'm gonna just edit that out very quickly. 1 second. That should take... I remember how to do this now, because I've done it so much. Go in here, and then we find exclamation mark donate, and then we click edit, and then we knock the dot off and hit confirm. Okay, brilliant. That's that fixed. If you're on mobile, go to your PC so you can properly appreciate the cookie clickering. I figured, I can do this like every so often, I can catch up on cookie clicker. Anyway, alright, I'm gonna say, we can get started thanking people then. Like Rippy do, for instance, thank you. Alright, so, thank you to Anonymous. The first donate was from an anonymous donator who said, ah. And then the second donate was from me, which was a test one. So I don't know who the first one was. That was probably also me. That was probably me testing. But I count as the first anonymous there then, I suppose. All right. Thank you to Legsy. Thank you to Cassiopeia. Thank you to Anonymous. That's the last Anonymous that I'm not going to hit the little button for, because we've counted 2 now. Thank you to Mipliplop. Thank you to Test, Rasha DK, Lelling, Trench Food, Babutza, Legsy again, with the Find the Albinoric Woman post. I'm reading these out chronologically, by the way. These are in the order that they came in on the stream. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Anonymous. There we go. Look, it works. It just takes a second to update for some reason. Thank you, Emanon, for a very generous donation there. That's huge. 200. I wasn't really expecting, I just opened them up today for because I thought it'd be fun. But thank you very much for that. That's awesome. Okay, we need the dog, do we? There you go. You got the dog back. I'm not putting Shrek back. The gang. There's the gang today. They're the cookie clicker gang. Okay, cool. Those 2 anons. I'm gonna click to where I was last on here, because then it selects it, even if I click off the page, so I know where I am. Thank you, Joshua. I can probably thank people as they come in. I bet I'll miss someone though. Have you made a YouTube video for this stream? I made a community post. Thank you, Flemish Hair. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, Anonymous, Mr. Rob 86, Anonymous, Ragdajin, Anonymous, Callius, D-Dark, Legsy again, Anonymous. I'm going to say that so many times. God. Thank you, Fantumpja. My pronunciation is going to be, I was going to say tested, but it's not. It's going to be defeated multiple times here, I think. Thank you very much to Anonymous again. Thank you to V. Jolie. Thank you, Anonymous. Apollo's Dagger. Zokolov. Julie. Thank you very much. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Anonymous with a big hundo there. Thank you to PSEU. Sue. Thank you very much. Thank you to Anonymous. Anonymous. Oh my god, there's so many. Most people who donated were anonymous, I think. Thank you to Hazy Sayin. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous. Thank you, Caden. Thank you, Antoine. Thank you, Anonymous, Anonymous, Anonymous. When they're in a line like that, I'm just gonna say each one. Okay, thank you very much to Tordirakoyist. Goyist. Well, thank you very much to you. People donate with impossible to pronounce words. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Top Dog Ashley. Thank you to Anonymous, 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 and then an Anonymous with a big 5 hundo. Incredible. Thank you, Carfniex. Thank you, Iris. Thank you to Anonymous, Anonymous, Anonymous. Very quick there. Thank you to number 1 Sean Vids fan. I like you. Thank you very much to Waifworth. Thank you to Anonymous who just donated live. And thank you to Anonymous 1, Anonymous 2, Anonymous 3, and Anonymous 4. There we go. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Ruben MF. Thank you to Harley, Yaka, David, Robin, Anne, Toaster, and Connor. And thank you very much, Yaka, who just donated live. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Suli. Thank you, Grilly. Thank you to a pair of Anonymouses. Thank you to Tau Alpha with a big 2 hundo. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous again. Golden. Of course I'm missing that. I'm focused on something else today. Okay, thank you to Anya. Thank you to Anonymous, Anonymous, Anonymous. Thank you, Nauna. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Kui. Colon free. Thank you, Anonymous. Is there meant to be audio? I was doing a joker's trick. Lexi, I'll kick you. Thank you very much to Anonymous. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Anonymous. Anonymous. Thank you to Andy. Thank you to Anonymous again. Ivy. Anonymous again. Shigaraki with a big hundo. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much to Ryan. Thank you, Axel, Mad Shoulder, Emilson. That's an evil prank. Thank you, Teaslow. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Luke, D. Cypress, S_Helden, or Sheldon, I suppose. Thank you, Murad. Thank you, Cloud Frog, Drovek. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. When they come in lines like that, I'm just going to give them numbers. Let's get a grandma. Here we go. What's the prediction on the Anonymous count? Several thousand, for sure. Thank you, Aero Panda Senin. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Salty Internet Pirate. Thank you, Cassie Pumpkins. Thank you to Anonymous, Skip, Anonymous. Mike, Suhail, Aiden, Tau Alpha. Thank you to Supernova1120. Thank you to Anonymous. The fact that it takes like a tiny little bit of time to update the Anon count every time makes me scared. Thank you, Uwowo. Very good. Thank you to Cleo. Thank you, Anonymous again. The Tiny Shilo. Dubstra. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Daniel Bloom. Thank you to Anonymous. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 in a row there. Are all the No, I've got all the donation messages. It's just most people didn't write a donation message, or if people did, they said like hello, and you know, things like that. So I'm skipping those, just you know, just the purposes of brevity, you know. But I've got them all saved in a document, which is cool. Okay. Right. Thank you very much, Leopoldo Orozco. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Patrick. Different Pat. Thank you, Leonard. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Maxim. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you, Lex. Thank you, Totally Absolute. Thank you, By the Y. Nick. Thank you to Poop Francis the Turd. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Dr. Cruiser. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Frankie. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Lilith. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Choco. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Anonymous. Just threading them in there. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Ema. This says Ema, brackets, pronounced Ema. Thank you. If this one sounds quiet, I'm going to revoke your Oren GIF rights. And they left a message that said, I love loud. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Concrete Bath. Thank you, Daniel Drod. I can't pronounce anything. Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Rico Trico. Let's get some grandmas. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ben Jones. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ronnie Pickering, Weed Cube, and Cloudy. Thank you, Anonymous. Big 200 for Anonymous there. Thank you to Ben. Thank you, Squishy. Thank you, Tom N. Thank you, Doot T Skeleton. Thank you, Atheist Eve. Thank you, Gear Goblin. Very good. I'm gonna drink a coffee. Read out close to 200 names so far. That's not too bad, is it? And it looks about half of them are anonymous. Which means I'm gonna say anonymous 5,000 times. Or something close to that. Okay. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Jacob Zabo. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, I'm paying to see your face. Thank you to Cal PS. Thank you, And Labs. And then in brackets it says Pietro Gagliardi. I butchered that, I'm sure, but thank you very much. Thank you, Listerine, but the second I is a J instead. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Big Chungus Fan 69. Thank you, Zen Patchy. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Soren. Brackets. Sean is funny. Thank you very much for that. I like when they come with compliments. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Bobbit. Gwen. Thank you, Brian. Hazel Duff. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Genesis. Thank you, Citizen Joe, with a big fundo there from Citizen Joe. 1,000 donate, that's awesome. Thank you, Normalin. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Queebrasson. Thank you, Jim Lee. Jim Lee made me laugh for some reason. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Essa. Thank you, Anonymous again. Marija. Anonymous again. Lepanard. Anonymous again. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Crowfella. Thank you, Rohan. Thank you, Based Xenia. Get more. Okay, let's get rid of these. There you go. You'll never get the achievement for that. Listen, I'm not looking at Cookie Clicker for like 99% of the time here. I'm reading out a list of names. Wait. Okay. Thank you too, Anonymous. Thank you, Zahir97. Thank you, Rudeski. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you very much, Azrael Hypo. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you very much to Michael Robinson. Thank you to Azor Ahai. Thank you to Anonymous, Katarina 2, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Oh my god, that emote is horrible. Oh. Can people speedrun Cookie Clicker? There's probably exploits where you can click like 1,000,000 times a second, right? Something like that. Thank you to Maid Gang. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Suvi Faye. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Thomas Creamer. Thank you, Jing. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Mason. Blue. Anonymous. Bored Gopher. Anonymous. Thank you, Salmon. Thank you, L. Or Ellie, I suppose. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Seb. And Anonymous again. Very good. Oh. Thank you very much, Robo. Thank you, Anna Voron. Thank you, Anonymous, Jack, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Russ85. Thank you, Tmax3901. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Green Arsonist. Thank you, Lufty. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Rose. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Mark Pym and Anonymous. And Anonymous again. Who else is regretting the anonymous joke now? So many people speedrun Cookie Clicker. There's an entirely second page for category extensions, like 70 to 1 grandma. Or like first person to get to factory or something like that. Anyway. Thank you very much, Chefik. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, James Farley. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Cam. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Ishiggy Diggy Doo Wop. Good name. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Gabundi TV. Oxane. No, that's right. Oxane. Thank you, May Borowski. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Thomas Ertz. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Sophie. Thank you to Combro. Thank you to Eddie. Thank you, Sidekick Dusty. Thank you, Anonymous. And Anonymous again. Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Bukiet_Chabro. Just gonna move past that one quickly. I definitely said it wrong. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Kuchinawa911. Thank you to Love. Thank you to Henry with the big 500. Very appreciated. Thank you to Anonymous, Mars, Joseph, Anonymous, Hawley, and Anonymous again. And I'm gonna have to go and get the door. Back in a sec, folks. Hello, folks. Sorry, I have to go and get the door. I need to put a sign up. Oh, okay. Ooh. Right. Where are we? Amara. We've read out 300 odd names now. Yeah, we can do this, right? This isn't going to take more than a day. Oh, probably. Thank you very much, Amara. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Soledad. Thank you 2. Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Jasper Doyle. Thank you Sky. Ray. They're different people, they're Sky and Ray. Thank you Nikolai the 7th. Thank you Daddy Joe. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Gwen. Thank you Evan with a big 500. Thank you 2. Anonymous. John Bigman. Thank you. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Murmur Propagandist. Thank you Angmoth. Thank you 2. Anonymous and Anonymous. Thank you Matthias. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Yukon95. Thank you Luke. Thank you Anonymous again. Thank you to Client Enthusiast. I think that says. Well, thank you. Thank you to Sid Kramer. Thank you Lewis. Or Louis, I suppose. Thank you Dionys Jajaga, I'm going to say. Thank you Paddy D'Angelo. Thank you Mingo. Thank you Anonymous, Anonymous, Jeremy, Anonymous, Anonymous, Prav, Anonymous. Thank you all. Sometimes I'm going to barrel through a few like that, I think. There's a category called 1 trillion cookies, where the world record is 6 hours and 41 minutes. I'm going to put my fan on. It gets sunny in here around midday. It's when the light is like shining right into it. It's not too loud, is it? Hopefully it's not too loud. There we go. Doxed. Oh no, people can tell which direction my house is facing in. Thank you too, Neuropain. He says, has anyone ever told you you look like a Brit? Thanks a lot. Thank you, Zazkiel. Thank you, Wagon or Wagon. Thank you to Anonymous with a big 500. Thank you, Anams. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Claire. Scrubs Leneko. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, John Maunula. Thank you, Azazelk. Hazelk. K. Thank you. Thank you, Thy Dungeon Gal. Thy Dungeon Gal. Okay, I see. I was reading that like it was one compound, like scientific word or something. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Tay. Thank you, Seahorse Jones. I like names like that where I can understand what they are. Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Bloodhound Free. Thank you, Vlad Von Lam, or Von Lam. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, 1632 Tal. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Anonymous and Anonymous. Thank you, Vamptastic. Thank you, Vizard27. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Heather. Smiley face. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, The Great Mimir, Klaz, and Gwen is back. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Epic Toe, Taylor, JJ, Anonymous, and Pablo. We got a mine. I'm gonna drink a coffee. You'll know it's Shrek when hero times. Oh, hero time. I wonder if I can get anyone else to stream that. Like a challenge stream. Okay, 400 names we've read now. So times that by 10. That's 4,000, and then double it. And that's still 1,000 shy. It's going to take multiple days, isn't it? Ah. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, F. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Friend. Thank you to Local Jack. Good combo there. Thank you, Desert Fox 599. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, 12013. Thank you, Daniel Danger. Thank you, Shent. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jail, in all capitals. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to E blanked out. K blanked out. What is that? Let me paste that in the chat. We got one from there. Okay, thank you, Finn LE. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to the grandchild of a Holocaust survivor. Was the name that came in. I'm not doxing someone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Not Even Mars. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Rippy-Doo. Hey, Rippy-Doo. Donated today and back then. Thank you, Kino 101. Thank you, In-Flight B. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, I Am Sea Monkey. Thank you, Entropy. The concept of entropy. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous again. Adrian Wucart. Thank you, Tony Pinko. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Hermes Sai. Thank you, Soapy Buns. Thank you, Anonymous, with a big 2 hundo. Thank you to Lena G. Minerva Evangeline. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Your Lil Vulture Bee. Thank you to Dan W. Thank you, Anonymous and Anonymous again. I'll do them in little blocks like that, and then I can come and attend. 20 grandmas. And then I want enough curses that we have, like, it completely fills up the circle so that you can see them all clicking in sequence. Thank you, Mchupi. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Aura. Thank you, Sweeney, Missy, and Project N. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Spiders. Thank you, Anfarmo. Who said something funny, which I'm not going to read out. Thank you to Anonymous again. Thank you to 3 more. 1, 2, 3 more Anonymous is in there with one of them. Donated a big 500. Wonderful. Thank you, Mangling Minis. Thank you, Martina from Poland. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Raf. Anonymous. Babutza89 again. Thank you, Luke M. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Transmitter Cranium. Content Unknown and Anonymous again. Thank you, Frederick. Thank you, Anonymous. Are there any threatening messages in the donates? I'll keep an eye out. Thank you very much to Ben, Dinopode_BB, Nell, Tala S, Nico, Rose, Mathmata Guy, Liar Drake, Flare the Bird, and Espen. When there's a big list like that, I will say thank you to all of them, like they're a crew, you know, broken up by the anonymouses. Thank you to Anonymous, who donated $169 and said, sex number funny. Indeed it is. Thank you to Isa. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to AM Indignant Divinity. I don't know if that was an intentional typo or not. But thank you anyway. And thank you, Dara. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ulrich. Thank you, Anonymous and Anonymous. What are we up to there? Okay. Oh. Thank you very much to, hang on, let me move this one over. There we go. Thank you to Ambrose. Thank you to Noah Golden, who donated despite being French. That's in their message there. That's not me just being randomly bigoted. Thank you to Redemption. Thank you, Cosmos. Thank you, Secret Beetle. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Plain Dane. Melahuak. Thank you, Morg. Thank you, Nasir. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Coffee No Sugar. Hi, I'm a Brit living down under. Oh, watch out for all the spiders and flies and mosquitoes and things. They drove me mad when I very briefly lived there. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Axel Flordle. Thank you to Devon Kim, the big 200. Thank you, Clara Ray. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Siren. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Alex, Utati, Helmi, and Skullduggery. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hey, look, I got the golden. I did it. I clicked the golden one. There you go. I saw it. I don't think those casters are worth it. Well, it's about the aesthetics of it, you know? That's the important thing. There you go. Look how nice that is. Now it's filled in. Oh, good Lord. How are we doing? Click a golden cookie. Got it. We are up to 535. Thank you to Fabry Cratterjacks. I feel like Tim Heidecker trying to read out names with a lot of these. Thank you to Fabric Cratterjacks. Thank you, Panache. Thank you, Ro. Thank you, Andrew J. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Elby. Thank you, Harry Hackett. It's a good name. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the biggest Anonymous crew we've had so far, a 5. Thank you to Dresdorf. Thank you, Stapler42. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and Anonymous 2. Thank you, Garak. Thank you, Serini. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous. Thank you to Oscar, Lengors, Portable Sounds, Sir K, Volders Past, Maxia Vega, Natu Harry, Den, and Brooke Jones. Oh, that was good, wasn't it? That was solid. Solid, like 8 or 9 names there. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you, Remote Kit, with a big 200 there. Thank you, Spring Healed Jim. Thank you, Tifa from Final Fantasy VII, who sent the message, Skibbity Toilet, ? Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, O'Roberon. Thank you, Kino. Anonymous, Pori Online, Anonymous, Anonymous, Redemption, Anonymous, Mukatris, Anonymous, 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 and Julian. Oh. A famous catchphrase. Okay. Thank you to Emma Goldman. Thank you, May. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Morok. I'm going to say. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Catty, Lud, Kazar, Melly, Anonymous, Lango Shans, Sarah, Lilith, and Free Mice planning a casino heist. Thank you all. Thank you, Electra. Thank you, Anonymous. I pressed this for Electra, but so I won't press it now for the next one. Yeah, okay. I just pressed it at the wrong time. Thank you, Rock Lancer. Thank you, Conrad, with a big free hundo there. Who sent the message, Free Palestine, with a full stop. I like that, because nearly everyone else has done it with an exclamation mark. But I like the Free Palestine, just like flatly. That's good. That made me laugh. Thank you very much, Opizer. Thank you, now hang on, Kate, I'm going to say. Although, from Final Fantasy VII, I know it should technically be pronounced Ket, right? Maybe? I don't know the region this person's donating from, so it could be either, really. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Cool Mike. Thank you, Jay, Acia, Wilbur Bonham Carter. Thank you, Anonymous, Emily, Mia Dear, Anonymous, Anonymous, Muiz Sadiq. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you, Atma W, Captain Ash, My Name is Actually Lenny, and Treners. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Tantivi. Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Clashman the Third. Thank you to Conrad, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you to Malva. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Noah Laderman Grace, I'm going to say. Let's get more factories. At least 10 mines, so. Very good. Thank you to All Hail Bob. Thank you, Anticonfluenzia. Anticonfluenzia. Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce anything. But thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, D6. Thank you, Lumpsky. Thank you, Will, Lunatic, Andrew, Tabby Cat. Thank you all. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Bea Bernays. Bernays. B. Thank you, B. Thank you, James. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Hi Carrie. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Martita. Thank you, Katsy, Cheeky Otter, and Bennings. Very kind. Thank you. Thank you to Kark. Thank you, James Howell. Thank you, Theodosia. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Small Pine 90. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Ulysses, but spelled very diminutively. Ulysses. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Nim and Marty. Thank you, Jimmy B, Dava Kitty, Mo Uddin, The Windle, Zachary, and Anonymous. Thank you to Hatman Get Yo Hat On, with the comment hat crafting stretch goal. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Black Tea Blue Pens. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3 again. Thank you to Level 500 Boss Jez MM. Jez MM. Thank you to Kale Rarely, Mike, Artemis, Anonymous, Ryan, Marie, and Jin. Thank you very much to Panda and her cat. Thank you to Mia Mortal. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was a 6er there. That's our new biggest Anonymous crew. Some more victories. Ooh. Okay. Oh, thank you very much to Tony UYT. Tony Ute. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Arkunaola. It's like people sent through deliberately difficult to pronounce things, isn't it? Thank you very much, Talkie Pup. Thank you, Clyron. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Paleo. Thank you, Shisu. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, James Cameron. Thank you, Gritty Hamey. Thank you, Cell. Thank you, Sandor. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ra. Thank you, Toastmaster 9000. Thank you to Mark Imhoff, Anonymous, and Anonymous. Thank you to Tom Rogers, not Tim Rogers. Thank you, DDN. Thank you, Mummy Bumba. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's over 300 Anonymi now. Thank you to Erland. Thank you, Danwise, Alex, Katarina 2, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Clovey. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Declan Edwards. Thank you, Kurt H, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Elise. Thank you, Appa Yauk, I'm going to say. Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. That was the first time my voice very briefly gave up. That's not good. It hasn't even been an hour. Water. That's okay. Just warming up. It's fine. It's going to be fine. Thank you to JHG. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you to Nibsty, William L, Bobillion, Poison Meringue Pie. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Riv, Eddie, and Melissa. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Miss Rennie. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Faye Crossroads. Friziak, I'm going to say. Thank you to Yaish Chok. Thank you to Aculart. Every single one of these in a long row is difficult to pronounce. Thank you to Node, I'm going to say. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Tarandeep J. Thank you, Laboomig. Thank you, JM. Thank you, Mon. Thank you, Sleepy. Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you to SVC_G, who wrote a comment in all caps saying, "Wear the hat." Lovely. Oh, thank you, Marie. Thank you, Acceptance. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Strange Amethyst Bird. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, David. Thank you, Winslow. Thank you, Multimasky. Thank you very much to Anonymous, Stephanie, RQ Lexi, Anonymous, Endelivar, Peter, Pandemonium, Lad, Oren's Shaved Armpit. Thank you, Hat. Thank you, Etienne. Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you to Michael, Tyra, Tom S, Zane, Young Main, Anonymous 1 and 2, Tarn Cap'n Toast, Lemon, Ovi, Wall, Anonymous, and Maxine Hannah Flores. There we go. Can't wait till we get to Cat Maid. I am dreading reading the comments at that point. I will say. I'm scared of that. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Dada Robot. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ailmon. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Anonymous. Nicole, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you, Anonymous again. Lexicality, Waffles, Marketer, Market A, I guess. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ethan, with the big 500. I didn't press the Anonymous button last time, did I? There we go. Thank you, Skulky. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Craig Clay. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Friday. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Susie Lives Here. Thank you, Snowbell. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ropes McMeme92. Thank you, George. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Mike, spelled M-I-C, Mike. Thank you very much, Anonymous, Anonymous, Anonymous. Lucifer Lilac with a big 500. Thank you very much. Thank you to Tom. Thank you, Davis Botter, with another big 500. Awesome. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much to Jonathan, Anonymous, Ellen, Dan Peaty, Luca E, Tasha, and Bold Silver. Ugh. Thank you very much to Anonymous, Asger L. Christensen, Alex, Finlay Ierson, Jan, and J.H. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Chrissy Boy. Thank you, J.E. Thank you very much to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Bing Bang Boom. Thank you very much to Anonymous, Majjin, Anonymous, Squalamander, Utku Tomaran, Spice 8 Rack, Mad Max, Snart Queen, and Dracula. That was a funny stretch of names there. Oh. Okay. Thank you very much to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Joe Hen. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Augury Canex. Oh, thank you for the message in chat there. Yeah, I saw that development as well. It's awful. Hope nothing like that comes to pass. Oh, we've got a new I think this might be a new record. Thank you very much to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's a string of 7. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Thank you to Seb. Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Spice 8 Rack. Again. Uh-oh. Sent through 200 with the same message, like really close together. I hope one of them wasn't a mistake. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to A Human Person. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ryu-san. Thank you very much to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Chris Random 9, Josh, Kate, Anonymous, Jonathan, Pop, Lay, Anonymous, and Juliet. Oh, I'm reading them out in batch. It's just, I'm like breaking the flow up just to make it more interesting for myself. Okay. Thank you very much too. What I'm going to do, I'll take a break every 1,000 and just hang out for like, 5 or 10 minutes without doing names. That makes sense, doesn't it? Thank you very much to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Matthias. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Hexgrid. Thank you, Alex. Ooh, 3, 4, 5. This would be a new Anonymous record, right? But what we've got here is, thank you very much to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then thank you to Smiley Face emoji. And then thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. That smiley face emoji broke that up. That would have been like a 10 there. Something like that. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, L. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, WB Hayes. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Charlotte Poe. Thank you, Hair Biscuits. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Bellicose Bellsprout with a live donation there. Thank you very much. $50, that's awesome. Okay. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Bun with a Silly Hat. Thank you, Shady Little Fox. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 7 in a row there. Thank you very much to Raptor Shadow. Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you, came from YouTube to support and see the face. Brilliant. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Ophelia. Ophelia, but with oath at the start. I like that. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Jen Hughes. Thank you, Chloe, with an exclamation mark. Thank you, Hagen Butling. Thank you, Mac Ostrogonak. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Douglington. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Myopic Duck. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Mohammed. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Faith. Thank you, Ludwig Holst. I don't know why I said that strangely. And thank you to Anonymous. And there you go. We have read out 1,000 names. Overall, there are more than 9,000 names. It took me about an hour to read 1,000, which means with 10-minute breaks and so on, it'll take me, more than 10 hours to read all of these, unless I speed up. I'm gonna take a break for a sec. We'll do some cookie clicker. We can get a bank. Anyway, how is everyone today? How are we doing? I have to figure out some speed. I can read them faster. Well, I like the rate we're going right now. Plus, if I don't finish, I'll just do it again. Probably call that a 2-day job. Yeah. There's no problem with that, is there? I've been playing my Night Elf Druid, by the way. I'm gonna keep streaming that. I'm sorry to everyone who hates WoW. And I went in a cave, which was a huge mistake, and I nearly died. My character went down to literally 1% health, but I survived. It's the only exciting thing that's happened. And I didn't stream that bit. But yeah, I've been leveling up, skinning and leather working. I'm gonna make my own armor. I already made my own chest piece and buffed it. I'm excited. Ooh. There, I'm cooling down now. Ashley grabbed me when I went down to get the door, and then stopped me and was like, Ash has booked a little trip for us to go away on the weekend, which is really nice. It's very nice of her. I felt bad for her though, because she forgot she was so excited to tell me about it, to tell me about the trip, but she forgot that I was streaming. So I felt bad because I was like, I wanted to seem really appreciative, and I am, but I also was like clearly like anxious to get back to this. So I was like, you can tell me later. I'm sorry. And she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot you were streaming. But yeah, we're going away, just for like the weekend, you know. Not to Minnesota, thank God. I couldn't do that long of a trip on a plane that often. I like being there, but I couldn't deal with that. Tagging Ash to Reaper now. Well, Ash is asleep right now because we ended up, we're both jet lagged, but we kind of went in opposite directions. But I could actually put her onto this later. Be like, hey Ash, just read out this list of names. Okay, bye. Just go to bed. Oh, should we carry on with the 1001 here? Look at that. Shit, that's fucking great. Get another 10 grand Marcy. Okay, thank you very much to Limo Palais. Thank you to Anonymous, and Anonymous. Thank you, Kamaster. Thank you, Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you, Onboard Navi. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Cyberchurn. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Bob Berger. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you to Jessa, Pori Online, James Taylor, Hat Gang, Azim, and Robin. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you to Will. Thank you to Rodrigo Gonzalez Gino. Thank you to No Pun Included. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Rugoboss Dusk. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous. Thank you, Gay for Mole Man. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Matty. Thank you, Anonymous, Anonymous, and Anonymous. Thank you to Sebastian. Thank you, Pobel1996. Thank you, Adam G. Thank you, Matt, Anonymous, Ronu. Thank you, Milja. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Irene Adler, for the big 500 there. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Round Brackets. Thank you, Matty P. Art B. Jersey. No, wait. And that's not Art B, is it? That's Art by Jersey. There we go. Thank you to Mike Pence, brackets, fake. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Unileska. Thank you, Martin1842. Thank you, Ivy. Thank you, Joe Ratata. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you Cat Girl Steph, who says meow. Thank you Universal Peanut. Thank you Percy. Thank you Freddie B. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Danny L. Oso. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Gregory128. Thank you Eslate. Thank you Tanja. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Selena Ono, Len, and watch the anime Cat Planet Cuties. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you Optimist. Thank you Yasmara. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Victoria McCarthy. Thank you to Colm. Brackets, the T is silent. Thank you for that. I appreciate when people send through pronunciation guides. Thank you Zaki Bell. Thank you Ada. Thank you to PP Poo Poo. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Jasmine. Maybe. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you Pete and Annie. Thank you to Nizar. Thank you Anonymous again. Thank you to Worms. Thank you Neek Goddam Fenwick. Thank you to April and Luna, Morrigan Nolan, Anonymous, Airborne Ice, That Old Fool, Anonymous. Thank you to Unpronounceable Italian Name. Now, that's actually the words it says. That's not me just giving up again. Okay. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you Bavarian Banshee. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Callum Wants to Help. Thank you to Man in a Hat. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Georgia Nat. Danny Birdsall. Anonymous. Zaya Zamboni. Anonymous. Use Bio. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you The Courageous Axolotl. Thank you to Anonymous, Rami, Breezy, Cat Emoji, Anonymous, and Anonymous. Okay, taking a sip of coffee. Thank you to Worms. Kyo Kakazu is a kind-hearted yet sophisticated guy living a dull and boring life in Okinawa. One day after attending a funeral for the death of one of his ancestors, he meets a cat girl named Eris. Soon he finds her sleeping next to him, half naked. That's the opening paragraph, like plot explanation for every anime ever made, isn't it? They all just branch out from that one stock beginning. Okay. Yeah, let's go for that. Plain cookies, why not? This cookie, I will say, you know, the cookie in Cookie Clicker looks horrible to me. You know what I mean? It's not good. This chocolate chunk in particular is too big, and all the chocolate chunks are too big, and they are too unevenly spaced. I'm not happy about it. It doesn't look good. It looks bad. It doesn't look appetizing, you know what I mean? Anyway, thank you very much to Heza Free, Myervin, Alyara, Muiduag. I'm so sorry, everyone. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, I Use Arch, BTW. Thank you, Jewzor. Thank you to J. Siazak. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous. Thank you to New Yorker who woke up on accident. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Junie. Thank you, Cam, Charlie, and Andre. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Alex G. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Captain 31. Thank you, Kafer Altunsoy. Thank you to It's an Even 200 in Dollary Dues. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Lee B, Libra, Cecil Duffy. Thank you to donating to remove the flesh from Sean's skull again. Our context, that just sounds horrible, doesn't it? Thank you to Mohammed. Thank you Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you Andreas V. Thank you Egg. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Zeski. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Kaya Bean, Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you Me or Mie. Thank you Nepenthe. Everyone should just, well, it's just John, Bill, you know. Thank you to Adam Wells. Thank you to Goku Real. It's very, it's almost offensive, my inability to pronounce things, isn't it? I should go, is there like a school you can go to where it's like, we're just going to teach you how to say common names in other languages? I feel like I need to go there. I must have been off sick. I missed that day in school. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Diamond Blaze. Thank you, Jozix, JOZXYQK. It's like, thank you very much for the donation. But come on. Thank you, Amauri. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Owly. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, King. Thank you, King. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Mean Millions. Thank you to Masama. Thank you to Chelsea B, Sir Dory, Bento Pot, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Anonymous. It's a name someone wrote in to trip me up. So thank you, Anonymous, which doesn't get a button press because they're not anonymous. Their name is Thank You Anonymous. Thank you to Adam Risk, Adam Risk. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jasper. Thank you, Philo Pastry. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jeff. Morgan Smiley Face. Thank you. Ooh. Got gold cookie there. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Artemis. Thank you, Omni Technomancer. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Tvonglen. Thank you, Scorpion42. Thank you, Mesophanego. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Clara. Thank you, Cappy Cat. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Mr. Becknackderman. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Free Palestine. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Yarjoy. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to someone who wrote in the name Anonymous, so they don't get a button press, because they're not anonymous. They named themselves the word Anonymous. Thank you to Sam. Thank you to Nixu. Thank you to Floris. Thank you to Rhyme Pendragon. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Double L. Thank you, Funthing here. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Let's get some more banks, eh? Yeah, look at that. Flying. Thank you to Johnny Astro. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Jez D, Anonymous, Paul, SADHBH. I should really be able to pronounce that, shouldn't I? But I can't. I'm sorry. I'm pathetic. Thank you to Cheap Plastic. Thank you to Jojo. Thank you, Adam West. The Adam West. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Grim. Thank you, Elias Storm. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Chris Nessity. Thank you, Nora Lovelock, Anonymous. Over 9,000, Anonymous. Matt Sano5, Anonymous. Peace and Love, Anonymous. And Maiden Math. Thank you all. Thank you to Klaas. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Bjorn Lingua. Thank you, Anominus. Someone tried to trip us up there by writing in Anonymous, but spelt differently. They don't get a button press. Thank you to Marco Pierre White. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Schmoliver. Thank you to Fizzy, who says, have the dollars from my PayPal account. Thank you to Sean, with a live donate there. Very appreciated. Thank you. Oh. Okay. Thank you to Anonymous, Nabaxo, Jeroen, Anonymous, Lambda Totoro, Sensei, Anonymous. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Fabes. Thank you, Naui. Thank you, Arlem. Thank you, Bjorn, Anonymous. Bustnar, Anonymous, Anonymous. Indiana, Matthew, Anonymous. Thank you to Darren. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3, who all put through the same dollar amount. It always worries me when that happens. I'm like, oh shit, did someone accidentally put through multiple? Thank you to Afonso. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Face Costs Money. Comment, I just wanted to see. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to Arn. Thank you to Ben. Thank you to a Nano Mouse. That's good, eh? You got addicted to Cookie Clicker for like 6 months? Uh-oh. That's not good. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Anton. Thank you to Elaine Gellion. That's good. Thank you to Ben. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Win. Thank you, Anonymous. Keanu. Anonymous. Philip G. Sean. Christiana. Jim. Thank you to Anonymous. Nath. Elalia Corvia. Lucy. Unique Eunuch. Kirsty Heart Glasses. And Fies. Thank you, Fies. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Michael B. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, The Swanner. Anonymous. Xavier G. Anonymous. Anonymous. Susanna. Anonymous. And Jewel. Thank you. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Kyle. Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, Anonymous. Henning Out. Anonymous again. Bill Justice. Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Spiders George. Thank you, Momo. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, I can't believe this is your face, Sean. Why not? What's that mean? There isn't a good way to take that, really, is there? Anyway, thank you, Emmy. Thank you, Pantalaimon91. Thank you, Two-Headed NB. Thank you, Rory. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Daniel. Thank you to Daniel Fitch. Thank you to Bankel. Uh-oh. This isn't good. It's only been 90 minutes. My tongue is disobeying. Thank you to Daniel Fitch. Thank you to Mad You Know. Thank you to Jan. Thank you to Wait So His Face Isn't Actually a Skull on a Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Parano. Thank you, Peach314. Thank you, Anonymous. We'll get that one, why not? Thank you very much to, is that Velku, the live donate there? Very good. Thank you. Thank you to Ricky Bicky. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Dr. Fudge Much. Thank you, L. Thank you, Anonymous. And Anonymous again. Thank you to Xavian Prime. Thank you, Floppy the Firth. Thank you, Undlerock5. Undlerock V, maybe. Thank you to Brennan. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Part Mush, Kota, Kai, Adam, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Hello. Hi, Ashley. How you doing? Oh, cool.
Yeah, so if you want to do something with that, they're pretty securely on. I didn't glue them though, so don't be like shaking your head about
What are you
too much.
I'm not going to put that on. I'm not going to go on. I might go on camera. It's going to take me more than a day to do this, by the way.
Oh, really?
Well, I've read out 1,300 names.
Oh.
And there's over 9,000.
Nice. That's okay. I have it though.
We'll keep hold of it for now. I might set up I might do like a, if we hit this goal, you know, like a light one.
I got you a bacon bap and a sausage bap.
Did you?
I did, yes.
Are they here?
They're arriving.
You just bought me food.
I'd say they're arriving like they're people.
They're arriving. Sausage baps are in your area.
Here.
What are we meant to do with this?
Oh, I don't know. I'll take it with me.
You keep hold of that.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Hang on. When is the back getting here?
5.
Hours? What?
I don't know.
5.
I don't know when it's coming.
Why did you say 5?
Because I thought 5 minutes would be like a good response, but...
What do you mean it would be a good... Just tell me the actual time.
I'll get back to you.
Oh my god. I love Ashley, but she stresses me out. Oh. Okay. I don't know if I'll go on camera. It's just, the thing is, right? The room is in utter chaos at the moment. I haven't done a big clean since I've been jet lagged since I've been back, so the house is messy. And Ash has been through looking for stitching supplies. So it looks like the room has just exploded in a like sort of mess of different threads and stitching hoops and things like that. So it's so I'm scared to turn my camera on. Well, I might do a clean and go on camera for the next one of these reading streams we do. We're taking a very short break here. Let's do that, eh? Upgrade our banks there. Oh, it's flying in. But yeah, I might set a little, if we get to 452, I'll do something fun or something like that, you know? I don't want to look like I'm not pushing the donating too hard. It's very nice if people do on these, but thank you to myself for being a swell guy. Thank you very much. But I do have a green screen folded up somewhere, yeah. Okay, let's carry on for a little bit. I'll take another break when Ashley brings me the food she bought me. I love Ashley's brain, like, just like when I'm like, how long is that gonna be? And she won't answer me with the actual information. She'll just say what she thinks sounds like a good answer. Yeah. Like, it'll be 5 minutes. Will it? I don't know. I just panicked and said a random thing back to you. Anyway. Thank you very much to Anna Costa. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Vicarious R6. Thank you to Rosa Sweetthing. Thank you, Dmitry Berdnikov. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Sirloin Slander. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Orly. Thank you, Octopus _ Thank you to Jai Cynthia Pape. Probably messed that up. Thank you to Jam Jammy Fish. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Daniel T. Thank you, Blue Sidra. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Mick. Thank you, Miss Ratty. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Factoto. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Emmanuel. Thank you to Valor Quests, I'm going to say, who has sent me a picture. That's strange. What's that about? I need to check that out, don't I? Is that still going to be there? Haha. That's funny. They sent me a picture of what I looked like on their stream, and it was incredibly blurry. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Memory Vague. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Octopus _ again. Thank you, Asmus. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Light Gun. Thank you, Kamar Drak. Thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you, Knife Wife. Good name. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Mabluebird. Thank you to Mietzi von Hazelberg. Thank you to Spiral Bloke. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Hugmere. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Anton. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Coffer. Thank you to Cameron S. Anonymous, Jerry, Sandy Ra, Anonymous, and Anonymous. Thank you all. Thank you to David V. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Magnolia with the first A replaced with a 5. Thank you to Theo. Thank you to Foxy Tune. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Garrot. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to Marco. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, HarpsArp66. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to this Maskituli. I'm going to say. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Despy. Thank you, Mika. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Hatmaster. Thank you to Alex. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Moses R. Your boy Milo. Mario. Jacob Kvarnstrom. And thank you, Jacob B. as well. All the Jacobs. Have you been saying thank you for the last hour? No, I didn't start for 10 minutes. And then after I read 1,000, I took another little sit. Like I just sat there for 10 minutes. But, you know, I'm starting and stopping. Oh. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Effie. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Lewis Pilford. Thank you, Nikolai. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Ava Player, Alice, Pom, 2D Romance. Thank you, Magic and Wires. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to Mike Techman. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Gingerzilla, Brit Blood in chat. Thank you to Jake, Antimony, It's a Mia, Larzy, and Spliff Marigold. Thank you all. Also, thank you to Luma for the live donate there. Very generous, thank you. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Bass Guitar Bill. Thank you to Eslin the Dude. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Llama X. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Nicholas. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Hector. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you Saved R, Anonymous, Sleepy, and Anonymous again. Okay, we're up to Ben. I think Ashley just got the door, so she might be bringing me a food. So I'll sit here for a sec. Oh. We've read 1,500 names, by the way. Yeah, 2D Romance. I saw you were in chat and also in here. I remembered. Uh-oh. Ashley just went back into her room and shut the door. That's not good. Either something else got delivered, or she got me food and then forgot to give it to me. Both of these are options. Should I go hunt it up? Just to check. I'm gonna go and hunt it. Hang on 1 second. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hello, I return. Lovely. Should we get 50 grandmas? Probably good, right? Should we get like 50 farms as well? We can't afford them. Okay, let's carry on. The BAPs there are no BAPs yet. Anyway. Thank you to Ben. Thank you Vague Onion. Thank you Cockroach Floss. Lovely. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Gengar. Gengar? Thank you to OG. Maybe it's OG. Gengar. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Namorga. Thank you, Humba Tiki. Thank you to Adrian. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Dash and John. Thank you, Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you to Anonymous Billionaire. That's what they put their name as. And they donated $5. Thank you very much too. Anonymous, Rob Ryan, Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you to Haunted Hawk. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Nils. Thank you, Rosie, Anonymous, Casper, exclamation mark, and Anonymous again. Thank you to Samori Cameron. Thank you, Sassy and Gassy. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Christina P. Thank you, Kyrian13. Thank you to Victoria Strauss, Nico, Elliot, Irradiated Snakes, and Isaac. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you to Alexandre Fabo or Tybalt. Or, well, you know, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Teal. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Lottie Potty. Thank you, Mr. B. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, From Belarus to Palestine with Love. Thank you, Yaz. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Lotta. Thank you, TR Becker. Thank you, Nezaraj. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Togs. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Ryan B. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, P_Dubium. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Bums. Thank you, Mark, for the live donate. Thank you, Gretel. Thank you, Time, Maria, Esther Lindis, Alpha, and Taj, or Taj, I guess. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Chomps. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Cherry. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Ina. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jason McPartland. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, LB. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Okay, we're up to there. Very good. Oh, we're doing great. Look at that. How many mines we've got. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, I'm out of coffee. Okay. I want the cursor ring to double. This is important to me now. Well, there's a start. We'll get there, you know. Thank you to Alvar. Thank you, Tide. Thank you to Dick Tango. Thank you to Anonymous for the big free hundo. Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Oni. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Sean. Spelt the good way. Thank you to Iwo Ryskowski. Don't know about my pronunciation there. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Rory. Thank you, Quinn. Thank you, Par Aloris. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Anglerby, for the big 5 hundo. Thank you, Peanuts. Thank you, Elise. Thank you, Ghost of Grolton. Thank you, Chris Gile. Thank you, Rain. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, Southside Trekkie. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Easy Games. Thank you to Anonymous for the live donate there. Oh, that means we have to press it again, don't we? And there's another one on the list there as well. Yeah. And thank you to Anonymous, Emma, Kiri, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Alyssa. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Jasper. Thank you, Branca Leone. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Tom H. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Sasu. Thank you, Deirdre Sky. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, EM_7 Dice. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Fantastic Jean, Folly, Professor Monroe, Anonymous, Nice, and Anonymous again. Thank you to Lerdiak. Thank you, Taran. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Big Anonymous crew there. Thank you to Tate. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Langy. Thank you to Sasu in your pants. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Infinity Imp. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you very much to Cicalis. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to Billy from Texas. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jade S. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Commander T5. Thank you, Anonymous yet again. Thank you to Catloaf. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Gigabates. Thank you to Janka. Thank you to Yatsuzume. Thank you to Tom. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, the Mafia Kirby. Thank you very much to Anonymous. Thank you to Logan, Claire Online, Lorraine, Adam, Jeannie Gold, Alice, Cheshire Dude, Alda Sapling, and Lady 8 Jane. Thank you very much. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Hannah Amelia. Thank you, Esdi. Thank you, Lako. Thank you, Dammit Bell. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, Anonymous yet again. Thank you to Nick. Thank you to Odin Imaging. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Izettel. Thank you, Cicada. Thank you, Whisper. Thank you, Heather and Zet. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Smash Matt 202. Thank you very much to Anonymous. Thank you, Ina. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Prof Wacko. Thank you, A Bird, Anonymous, MPS Devil, and Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you to Wally. Thank you, M. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Richard M. Anonymous, The Champion, and K. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Dino Turtle. Thank you, Jez. Thank you, Michael Snadarsik. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Jezebel PP, who says, my middle and last name both start with P. I'm not being weird. Thank you to Anne. Thank you, Nulgar. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Eve from Stellar Blade's Most Ridiculous Outfit. Thank you, May. Thank you, Nutcracker. Thank you to Jem. Thank you to Marceline and Physalis, I'm going to say. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Anonymous again with a big 1,500 donate there. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much to Play Balatro. Thank you, Anglerbee, who says the stream went down during PUBG. Is that can't be, we're only up to that, right? Thank you very much to Anonymous. Thank you, Icy Dawn. Thank you, Anonymous yet again. Thank you, State and Centrifugation. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, £20. Thank you, Anonymous. I don't know why £20 made me laugh. It's written £20 with the T and P capitalized. Thank you, AGX04G Tetra. Thank you very much, Duncan of Worms. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Suicidal Bunny. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Kafaris. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Mr. Rob86. Thank you to Synergist. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Gromac the Scarred. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Arundel. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, It's the Sheppy, Rita, Cillian Maguire, or Killian Maguire, I guess. Thank you to Zach, Mags, Lump, Lona, and Zlatty. Or, hang on, Lona, that's probably Eona, right? I don't know. Can't tell in this font. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Homo Strepsil, Richard CZ, Imran Khan, Anonymous, Henry, Anonymous, Mwezi, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you to Kawa. Thank you, Ronnie B. Thank you, Silly Gall. Colon 3. Thank you, Beep. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Falafel Stand. Thank you very much, Celia, Big Birdie, Anonymous, Marbles and Noodles. Thank you to Logan. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you very much to Stinky Pete. Thank you, Berto, please. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Raytheon for the $10. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Antoine. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Liz, Joe Spinner, Grenade Beam, George, Popple, and the One True Ghost. Thank you, Anonymous, for the big 1,000 there. That's incredible. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Sean Lee. Thank you, Joe Sci-Fi. Thank you, Tonic. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Phase Diary. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Colonel RPG. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Ayer. Thank you, Emery Kelsberg. Anonymous, Rude Boy, Anonymous, Sionis. I should record myself saying the word anonymous and just press that button every time, shouldn't I? Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, John Cena. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Rose for the $1,000 there. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Rose. Thank you, Imad H. Imad. Thank you, Paul Kramerborg. Thank you, Andrew V. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to a guy. Thank you, Forrest Weintraub. Thank you, Anonymous. Mezzamine. Anonymous. Thank you, Lisa Ward, Mike, Alex H, and Finley. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Rihanna. Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you very much to Stuart, Jonathan. Thank you to Dr. Nutsack, MD. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Rupert Murdoch, for the $10 donation. Thank you, M. Bailey. Thank you, Easy E. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Fahim, Volt the Demon, Scublix. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Tim, Stefan, Alex, and another Anonymous. Whew. Thank you to Nacho Diaz, Anonymous and Anonymous again. Thank you to Floral Tree 183. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to QMXD. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Tundracatus. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Rebecca Rice. Thank you to Anonymous again. Thank you to Paul Esteen, Mugiwara, Manvelis, Clark Kent. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Guinevere, Poor Guy, Scaredy Crow, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you very much to Lotus Tier, Anonymous, Bellicose Bellsprout, Anonymous, Effie Green, Anonymous, Blizzolio, Anonymous, and Vasilyevna. I'm going to say. Thank you to... people could be making me read out swear words in other languages here. I don't know. Apologies if I have. I only just thought of that. Oh! Okay. Thank you very much to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Cornelia, Lance X51, Mood Swing, Anonymous with the big 500. Thank you to TDW Fan, Alex, Anonymous. Thank you, Big Jonk. Thank you to Big Jonk for the 500 there. That's awesome. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Woodlurker. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you very much, Geigen. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Rayan. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. That last Anonymous there gave a big 500. And that was also the 2001st donation. So I'm going to stop there for a little while. Hello, folks. It looks like I can do about 1,000 an hour. That's not bad, is it? Hello, Ashley. Cool.
Slime.
Can I have it?
Yes. You don't want to eat it before you
Could you chew it up and spit it into my mouth? Like a bird?
sauce packet.
Little sauce packets, eh?
Hello.
Hello. Ooh, your hair looks up.
Here.
Thank you.
Your hug. Sorry. I just realized because there's only one sauce packet. You'll have to like ration it out a bit.
I'll use half on one and half on the other.
Here, bye.
Aw. Okay, I'm gonna do something bad and I'm gonna eat on stream. Is that okay? Sorry for anyone who like gets. Some people don't like that, and that's perfectly valid. If you don't like eating sounds, I'm not that bad with it. I'm not gonna eat into the microphone. Oh, how are we doing? Let's see. 1,000 and we've done 2,000 out of 9. That's not bad, is it? Let's see how we go. If I were Ash, I would deliberately drop it on the floor. Why? You have some more casters. 75 casters. Would be a good laugh. Not for me, it wouldn't. Ah. I'm gonna put my BRB thing on, but I'm not actually gonna mute. What I'll do is, I'll put the BRB on while I'm eating. And then if anyone doesn't like eating sounds, they can, not that people like eating sounds, although some people must do. Because people do eating ASMRs and things like that, don't they? That's what I first did on YouTube. I did that for about 8 years. Didn't really go anywhere. So I had to pivot to political content. fucking dying. Oh, thank you very much, Monty. I can stay on top of the live ones as well as doing these ones, which is nice. Asthmatic Sean might return. No, I'm only after having a cold when I was away. I felt like I got my bad lung capacity back again. I'm okay now. Finally. I'm just terrified about getting sick now. I feel like I'm not recovering like I used to. I used to get ill and then I'd wait a bit and I'd get better. But now I feel like I only get 90% of the way better. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I get better up to a point, but not all the way. And then I just stay there, and that's just like my new reality. Look at that, that's way better. Sorry about my little break here. This is not planned. I actually did eat breakfast already. But Ashley just bought me food anyway. Which is very sweet of her. Lunch now. Oh yeah, that's true. I guess I've been on for more than 2 hours. We're gonna go up to 50 farms. Done. Beautiful. I'm like not talking much on these little breaks just because I'm trying to preserve my voice. But I still feel bad. There's like an inner panic when you're streaming and there's just dead air. You know, you're just like, I'm just not going to talk for a minute. It's like an internal sort of anxiety begins to build up. I'm quite good with it, honestly, but some people it like drives them mad. Like streaming's like, for like clown performer types, it can be really stressful because they're like, I need to be like really funny like all the time. It must drive them mad. Everyone's here for cookies. I'm utilizing the other half of my sauce packet. Oh, I had a thought actually. Maybe that's something I can just have a brief look at while I'm eating. See, open with this, right? No, that didn't work. I was going to see if I could get the email for the person who donated 10k. Because I could see who it was. No, they didn't put an email. There's literally nothing. There's zero information. There's no email. There's no name. There's no comment. It's just blank. That's absurd, isn't it? So mad to just like drop 10k. I'm wondering like, is it just someone who's very well off, like who was watching or saw the YouTube video, or is it like, I don't want to go around asking like people I know. That wasn't you, was it? Limmy hates Kim Kitsuragi? Listen, Limmy's a fucking dickhead. Like, no offense to him. You know what I mean? I think Limmy's funny, and I like his content. But I'd never want to be in a room with him. Ever. I read his autobiography, and he's someone who I wouldn't get on with. I will say. Thank you very much, Netscape, for the donate. Trying to catch me out while I'm not paying attention because I'm eating. I don't hate Scottish people. There's a Scottish person I love very much just out across the hall. H103. They're so old. One second now. Yo. Okay, I'm back. I've eaten. Can get cracking on the next 1,000 names, I suppose. Ah. Spend our money before I do. There we go. So, thank you very much to Jackatron, to Rosie, to Anonymous. Thank you to Gallant Silver, Erin, Bamana1717, Trixie, Mitch, and Jacob. Mitch and Jacob both donated a big 500 each there. That's awesome. Thank you to Rayfair97. Thank you to Cat Do Nose Ring. Thank you to Christopher. Thank you, Oshu. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Julia S. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Funny Moments. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Train Doctor. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Con. Thank you, Skylight. I'm going to say. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Caps and Numbers. Thank you to Trevor Jr. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Misclicked. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Wanyo Kazooie. Thank you to Anonymous. Oh, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. A big 10 there. That's incredible. Thank you very much to Really Crunchy with the big 5 hundo there. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Gia Straza. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Rach. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jack Hectic. Thank you, Joni. Thank you, Mill and Elieve. Melandelieve. Can't tell if that's two names or one long word. But thank you to one or both of you. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Ilex_my. Thank you to Michael Tardabuono. Let's say. Thank you, Evan. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. One of those anonymi was a big fundo there. Thank you, Paragalore. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Blogenswog. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Anya. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Pod2S. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Rosalia Mangione. Thank you, Emma Acorn. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Hey Red. Thank you, Hibernica. And Han Tonson. Sorry. It's just sort of funny one. Okay, thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Albert. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2 again. One of those Anonymouses was a 500. Incredible. Thank you to Supermodel with Mr. Bean Face. That's the one that made me laugh a minute ago. Thank you for your amazing work. Thank you to Otter. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Another 10 there. Thank you to Fad Hanny. Thank you, Princess Cupcake. Thank you, Vanny Bees. Thank you to Emma. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Josiah. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Kai McKenzie. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Nathan W. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to K. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Alex and Kayla. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, JC. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to JCM, Echo Smoker, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Well and Void, Arbiter Waldorf with the big 500 there. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Your King of Cups. Thank you to Jerry Azu Harrison. Thank you to Don't Sleep on Taiwan. Thank you to Man Tequila. Thank you, Fin Decision. Thank you to E.T. Thank you, John. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Richard Blow. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Beck. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Turtle. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Mreda, I'm going to say. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Strauss. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Mateus Bittencourt. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Hyperlane. Thank you, Laurie Ariel. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Angel. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Misaki Cesora. Thank you, Mox Felix. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Numa. Thank you to Dakad. Thank you, Quantum Ducky. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Jessica, Courtney, Tarentu, Mind Me Not, Glockenberg, ZH001, Nell, and CH. Thank you all. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Lakis. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Squish. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Calc Girly. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Double Jespresso, Little Wave, Kim, Steel Cow, Christian S, Anonymous, Haster, Richie, Wayward Mind, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you to Felix. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Kat with the big 500. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Chellen. Thank you, Alexandre Geralt, or Giro, I think. I'm not sure. Thank you, MPS Devil. Thank you, Dia brackets Curly Girly. Thank you, Maeve of Swords. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Forrest, Anonymous, Brian Graham, Anonymous 1 and 2, and that other one that I missed. Thank you to Legsy, the Hundo Fundo. Is that us? Was that us breaking 100,000 now? That's probably what that is, right? Hello, H-Bomb in chat. How you doing? Howdy. Sim. Oh, where are we up to? 2227. Jeez. I'm going to take a brief miniature break and click some cookies. Ugh. Listen, you be nice to H-Bomb. Sorry, everyone's roasting you. Oh. have a lozenge. Okay, so we're about a quarter of the way through, I think. I'm not going to be able to do that. You know what? I'll aim for like doing about half of it today, I think. Or my throat will be dead. Alright. Thank you very much to Tibbs, Chocolate Vanille. Thank you, Bree Nanis. Thank you to Gunnar. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to Zunt for the big 500. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Fick. Thank you, Valakes, or Valaquest. Thank you very much to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Lagan. Thank you, Wheelgator. Thank you, Scotty. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Twispy. Thank you, Matthias RP. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, The Zahir. Thank you, Netherlands251. Thank you, Huta Moris. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Cal Makes Art. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Mugiwara. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Silverhand. Anonymous. Gambling Are Good. Southside Trekkie. Made it to 100k, so yeah, we're at 100k now. I figured I'd send another 25. Thank you to Emil Rosen, Archie, Josh, Pokerino, and Ezra S. Let's aim for 50 mines, eh? Okay. Thank you to Anonymous, Iron, the 40-second Panda, Anonymous, Jack, Anonymous, Herbs Twerk, Barry, Evil Ben, Katie, June Thompson, Anonymous, 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 Joshua Hayhurst, Hazel R, Anonymous, 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 Angus Kim, and Anonymous brackets different person. They don't get a press. Thank you all. Can I read like long stretches like that? Is that cheating? Sorry, I'm still lozenging. Okay, thank you to CBR, Joe Biden, who says, I endorse this stream. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Fenestrating Fungi, Myth, Anonymous, Anonymous, Sir Goose, Charlie Hawley, They Are Joe, Egg Full of Bees, Smeagol, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4, Geneva, Anonymous again, Recovery 15, Ash Jones, and Marion Cusera. I'm going to say thank you very much to all of you. Am I the only one noticing how many times? No, we've got a counter on the screen. Oh, it's over 1,000 now. Blimey. Okay. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Macintosh PC. Thank you, Sleotar. Anonymous. John. Anonymous. Soda. Math Debater. I said that right. Thank you very much to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Girly Sprite. For Gollum, they say. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Scrungus. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Elizabeth Ross. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you very much, Fabian. Thank you, Bushido Boy. Melissa. Anonymous again. Thank you, Commander T5. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Owen C. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Tucker, Gabby, Nadia, Avalock with the big 500 there. Max and Anonymous 1 and 2. Okay. Thank you to Stephen H, Dylan, Han, Steve_die. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Jalista R, Joseph Johnson, Corvid, Anonymous, Mysterious. Thank you. Thank you to the Bobs. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Cyan Cat. Thank you to Ash. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Lopakov. Thank you, Zai, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Liz, Lamray, Sean the Sheep, Guys von Tailingen. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, A Tilted Square, Yat-chan, The Soy Pill, Anonymous, Jewel, MJ, Anonymous, Morg. Thank you to Summers and Berg. I think that's impossible to read, but they've put brackets Summers after it. Thank you, Summers. Ooh. Gotcha. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. Thank you, Emerson. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Enrico Zenatani. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Rain Fox and Kai. Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you very much, CM. Aphotic Grey, Owain, Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Jackson McMahon. I don't know how to pronounce that surname. I'm terrible. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Matt H, John Carter, Kipwell, Anonymous, Hogs in a Blanket. Yeah, that I don't know why that tripped me up. First try was correct. Yeah, I just doubted myself. Thank you to A. Olala. Thank you to Mooseman with the big fundo there. Thank you very much. Thank you to Earthman Noah. Thank you, Jeff McNugs. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Mega Spam. Thank you, Magi was taken. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Firelight. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Sam and James Douglas. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, A Little Guy, iFox100, Philip Brown, Anonymous again, Amina, Gamer Gal Becky, Heiser, Anonymous 1 and 2, Dipshadian, Tiffany, Anonymous again, Nuperu, Anonymous 1 and 2, Mark the Raider, and Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you all very much. Let's click some of those. I'm just going to crunch this thing very quickly. Oh, God. Okay. Oh my God, what is she doing? Are you okay, Ashley? She knocked over a shampoo bottle, but she's okay. Okay, very good. Thank you very much to Luis. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Kaja Yelenkova. I think. Yelenkova. Thank you to PM Godin, Cozy Nemu, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Gay Plushy, Thank you, I have seen Sean's face. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Beowulf Strength. Thank you, JP Fox. Thank you, Pooh Jam. Thank you very much, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. One of those was a big 500 there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ginger Beer Boat. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Bluebell. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Game Rectangle. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you, 18618. Thank you, Taywo. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Exploration Anecdotes. Thank you, Valued Customer. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Thank you to Nervous Nelly. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you to Musapal. Thank you, Dunny Reed. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, a lot of long stretches of anonymouses there. Thank you to Business Cars. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Kaneko. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Peter Ziptech, I'm going to say. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to Moon Physics. Thank you, Veevil. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to Rat Supreme. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. People just stop putting names at this point, I think. Thank you to Richard C. Thank you to Jack. Thank you to Legal Arson. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Flying up there, aren't we, with those? Thank you to Brasevic. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Worst Cop Joe. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Kyle. Thank you, Kaero. Thank you, Bumbleonini. Thank you, Space Potato. Thank you, Bass Pope. Thank you, like, look at this. That's got to be a joke, right? Thank you to Gregors. I'm gonna say. Thank you, Nor Caliban. Thank you, Dear Freya. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, AMR. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Say the name. When you see a bunch that are like that in a row, you're like, oh, God, I'm gonna make myself look like such a fool. Thank you to Ryan. Thank you, Avoliance. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Petrasnores. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Enoch Iglesias. Thank you, L, Paul, Leah. Thank you to Ash, but not that one, in brackets. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Gusty737. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Drainog. Thank you, Jared, Smiley Face. Thank you, Samus from Metroid. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Day Old Baguette. That's what I ate this morning. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, JPJ. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Mr. X8. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, A. Alva. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Anya Sinuvason. I'm going to say. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Adam the Feverish. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Your Neighborhood Gaming. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Give Me Your Face, in all caps. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Tabs. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Jack of the Flames. Anonymous, Tom Rogers, who donated earlier. Then again, Tom Rogers. There could be multiple Tom Rogers. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Legion, Anonymous again. Designing Crib, Claire, Matthew Brown, Lena BR, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to you all. Thank you Stressed Out Ghoul. Thank you Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Jump Zero, G Gritsley, Princess Crimson, Erica Lynn with the big 500 there, Noah, Houston Littlejohn, Fupa Boy, Hate My Government 2, and Merlin S. Thank you all very much. Thank you to Anonymous, Cicada, Anonymous again, Frog, Melissa, Justin P, Anonymous yet again. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you Lana, Sir Firelord, Piper, Yannick, Johanna or Johanna, J's and Y's. Thank you Give Us the Hot Dog Man. Thank you Google88. Thank you Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Peter. Thank you Not In My Name in all caps. Thank you Anonymous yet again. Thank you Kirfi. Thank you Anonymous once more. Thank you to Pite Pult Punks with the big 500 there. Thank you Paybor. Thank you Dennis, Mompta, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Thank you Fish Lips. Thank you Neurodancing again. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you CJ. Thank you Jamie, Pascal, Meza, Heart Guy, Anonymous 1 and 2, Caleb, and Caterpillar Credit Union. Thank you everyone. There was a golden cookie, was there? I'm just on such a good roll, you know. Spend on temples and factories. Okay. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Autumn Larson. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Roy C. Biv. Thank you, Anonymous again. Jordan, the K-Bob, Anonymous, Captain Kirk, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Charles Bingus. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Shushicat. Thank you, Octavian Soup. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, LB Loves Tea. Thank you, ONG He Has Skin. Thank you, Starvey, Frankie, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Sir Firelord, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Taco Mouth Damage. Thank you, John. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Fempress, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Mike and Marie. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Sora. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Kegner. Thank you, Optional Display Name. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Zoe, with a enormous 2 fundo there. That's $2,000 donation from Zoe. I remember that one. That was absolutely awesome. It's brilliant. Thank you, Zoe, again. Sell exactly 1 grandma, by the way. Why? You can't tell me what to do. Thank you very much, Mikey. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Vish. Thank you, Jose Rodriguez. Thank you, Ethan Joshua Grieg. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, An Alien Duck. Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, No Shoot. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you, Amelia F. Thank you, Coordinates. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Heimberger. Thank you, Thomas W.D. Young. Thank you, Rise Like Lazarus. Thank you, Lunchbag Rodriguez. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Slime. Thank you, Cat. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Oh. Thank you, Salt F4. Thank you, Fearless Sun. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Good. 1 second, I'm going to drink some water. Oh, God. Lunchbag Rodriguez got me really bad. That's an old meme, isn't it? Oh, jeez. Okay. Right. Lovely. Okay. Have you ever played the paperclip game, Universal Paperclips? Yeah, I have played that a few times. Like, come back to it every so often. It's a good one. Thank you very much, Beefins. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Rat. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Galactic Squidge. George Danger Row. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Dick Kickham. Thank you, Elganatorin. Thank you, Commander T5. Thank you to Anonymous right now. That's very kind. Thank you. Thank you to A's. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Daemon First 666. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Dork Matter. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Felicificity. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, V's Tango. Thank you, Everything Will Be Okay. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Nick. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Anonymous Live. Very appreciated. Thank you, Emarash. Thank you, Josh Plays Drums. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to Degenerate. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Z10. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Lob. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you to Katie, Anonymous, Hadoxa, Anonymous, Awkward Draft, Irv the Fox. Thank you all. I was gonna barrel ahead through a whole bunch of them, but then I reached a difficult to pronounce name, so I stopped. Thank you, Badjus Marxy. I'm so sorry. Apologies, and thank you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, PH Neutral. Thank you, Alec Hill. Thank you, Kiso52. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Nya, written in Japanese. Thank you to Ryan Gregorikos. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That last one there was a big fundo as well. Thank you to Mark. Thank you, Thomas Fincham. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Jade and Blake. Jade with the big free hundo there. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Don Momotaro. Thank you to Jimmy Dunn. Thank you, Unhero. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to P** RN Saves Lives. I don't know what word that could possibly be. Thank you to Anonymous, Ewan Fahim, Anonymous again. Thank you to Orin R or Origin R. I'm not sure, but thank you very much. I don't know what to do with O's with a strike through. I'm completely lost there. Thank you very much, Sophia. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ainsia. Thank you to Jay. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you for this fundraiser, said one of these anonymous people. It's only been 7 hours since the YouTube video went up and you've already raised $128,000. So that's where we're up to. Thank you to that anonymous person for their forward-thinking marker of how far we are through the stream and how much we'd raised at this point. Though this is still it. We're still in day 1, aren't we? Oh. But day 1 was crazy. It slowed down after that. Thank you to Curtis Gooden. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you to Clockwork Netty. Thank you, Sebastian Z. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Thomas and Kira. Thank you, Vimes. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Rumman15, Anonymous, Baldylocks, Anonymous, Bast, and Kevin Farrell. Thank you all. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Kestry. Thank you to Aaron T. Thank you to Cameron, air quotes, well, no, just quotes, really. N64 fan Holt. Thank you to Ben S. Thank you, Battery Eater in all caps. Thank you to Casey Explosion. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Doctobus. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Ray. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Daisy. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to I Don't Eat Sand. Thank you to Sigma Factor in the live chat there. Thank you very much. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Devilix. Thank you, Cabanor, Corin C, Colonel Sanders, Edward Potter, and another Anonymous. Thank you to Raccoonanity, Anonymous, Jen from Canada, Big Crunch with the 500 there. Big Crunch. Oh. We need to get enough curses so this exact, that's annoying me there. Big Crunch. Thank you to Anonymous, My Fanwy. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, LRBA Start. Thank you to Annabelle. Thank you, Really Exists. Thank you to Anonymous. Moto with the big 500. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. A lot of Anonymous people around here. Thank you to Pandas and Pancakes, Anonymous again, the Gherkin Kaiser. I swear I knew how to pronounce this at one point. You're all going to have to teach me. How would you pronounce that first name there? I was confident, but then it caught in my mouth. Aoife. I just don't believe it when Fizzy types it. Aoife. Fizzy is right. It's weird that Fizzy would type the right thing and not lie immediately, isn't it? Broken clock and all that. Well, thank you very much, Aoife Black, then, I'm going to say. Blame Fizzy if I pronounced that wrong, I'm sorry. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Efo Wad. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ashmadai Hill. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Ambador. Thank you, Payorg the Great. Is that right? Payorg the Great. Thank you to Yuki, written in Japanese there, which I can read, because I read a little bit of Japanese. Thank you to Granwealth. Thank you, Shifty Saul. Thank you, Rene Cabbage. Thank you, Bebop. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Lauren Cuthbert even. Thank you, Twisted Cube, Isaac, Ella, Anonymous, Corey Michelle, Maddie, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Hollow Goose, Gracie, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Amanda, and also Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that puts us over 3,000. Hey, inside 3 hours as well, which means I'm going to take another little break for 5 or 10 minutes. Oh, Jesus Christ. How dare everyone be so generous. Of course I missed a golden cookie. I'm going to tweet that I'm live. 1 sec. I'm gonna put I have read 3,000 names for the little sweating emoji. There we go. The golden cookie thing is that just stressing you all out? Also, Ashley sent me a DM. Ooh, fancy. That can't be right. That's too cheap. That looks awesome. Ash has booked a little trip for us, but the place looks absolutely lovely. But what it looks like, it was less than half of as expensive as I thought it was going to be, which is worrisome now, because now you're like, okay, what's wrong with it? You know, they're like, oh, you're sharing this this bathroom with 6 other families or something like that. Still, it looks great. All expenses paid trip to Liverpool city centre. It's down south somewhere, actually. It'll be a couple of hours on the train. Oh, okay, we were up to there. I'm not going yet, though. I'll start reading again in 4 minutes. Click. We need one more clicker to have a dual ring. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Have 100 casters. Oh, jeez. Plastic Puppets Bakery. Hero Times Bakery. I really have to delete that duo thing. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Because I always say, oh, I need to do that, and then I forget every time. So I'm gonna do it right now. Commands, this one, edit. There we go, updated. What's this do? Does that do anything though? So sorry about the flickering. That's what happens when we resize it, apparently. Just wrong. Sell a grandma. Oh, I see. Buy it back. Why do you know so much about this legacy, by the way? Oh, 3,000. Very good. I'm currently cooking 405 septendekillion cookies per second. Blimey. Everyone knows the same amount, we're just keeping it to it. Do you all know a lot about Cookie Clicker? Oh. Okay. Thank you very much. 2. Isa, Living Person 2, Ryan, Ben, Anonymous, Smekis, Anonymous. Anonymous. I'm so sorry. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign, is it? Jeez. That's my throat going. Thank you to Glidus, Nonsensed, Anonymous, Anonymous. Thank you to Tada. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Choof. Thank you, Anonymous, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Darmani Dan. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Porho, Moonside Fox, Akisiak, Quaker Otis, I see. Thank you, Floofy. Thank you, Round It Up. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Fletcher. Thank you, Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry, Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry. Thank you, Lily the Boy. Thank you to Anonymous, 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 and Anonymous. Big 5 hundo at the end there as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the big hundo, very generous. For people were getting like funny around now. They were being funny at me. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Selkie. Thank you, Double Monk. Thank you, Omniz. Thank you very much to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Z. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Felix. Thank you, R2M. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Jake and Mira. Thank you, Ryan and Castor. Thank you, Lars Mars. Thank you, James Lee. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Culture Leviathan, Dilkey, Nikolai Bolton, Anonymous, Joe, Javi, Johnny Pastrami 1, Anonymous, Kaylee Good, Captain and Benicular, brackets, JK, there's just one of me. And thank you, Costas. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Almudina, Nick Schvert, Anonymous, Sumaya, Maxim, Katrin Jerome, Anonymous, Joe Botnick, and Jamie. Thank you all. I also accidentally pressed the Anonymous button, so now I will only press it twice when I say Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Small Monies B. Thank you, Night Lunch, for the big 5 hundo. Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Julian, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Robert, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Nitwad, Heath, Anonymous, Keisha, Leandra Very Soon, Phyllis Orcus, Kelly Wilson, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you all very much. I'm going to take a second. Let's buy another Tempoli. Put my fan back on. Look a little hot in here. Randomly. Thank you to Joe Vaughan. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Giovanni, J. Holman, Anonymous, Remco, Anonymous 1 and 2, Cian, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. One of those was a big 500. Thank you very much. Thank you to Sophia, Haley, Squingly, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Peter, Esther, Mega Sean Lover. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Raj Patel. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Zorky Fax. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Brody. And thank you, Felix. Uh-oh. I pressed this again, so I'll say thank you, Anonymous, for the next one, and it won't press it. There we go. Sometimes I just press the button in a rhythm, and then I need to correct. Thank you very much, Brandon, Anonymous, Lauren, Anonymous, Elspeth, Anonymous, Senor Supersteiner, Anonymous, Susie 14, Anonymous. There's like one and then an Anonymous for like 10 in a row. Thank you, Word Nerdify, Joseph K, Shrub Dryad, Colourful Cast, Anonymous with the big 500. Salome, Cito, Anonymous, Rena Pang, Echo Light 57, and McSmugger. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Jack Baker. Thank you to myself for hosting this fundraiser. Very clever. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, JKB. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, John Browning. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Stumpy Frog Records, Anonymous, Samina, Anonymous, Ezra, and thank you, Litmus Zest for the big 500 there. Thank you, Pajama Llama Land, Anonymous, Treachery, Anonymous, and Anonymous. Thank you, Jens, Biru, Tom K, Anonymous, Quips, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you very much, Mayor M, Derbilberger, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Seymour Butts. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Refit Man, Anonymous, Pepper Pauper, Anonymous with the big 500. Thank you, Apollo XX, Civil Disobedience, Lilith, Robin, and Robin. Maybe 2 different Robins, who knows? Thank you very much, Anonymous. Thank you, Valentino, Schlampist. Thank you very much, Anonymous, Mad Twiggy 2, Liam, Boo. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to Josh. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Izzy. Thank you, Seora Shine. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. That last one was a big 500 there. Thank you, Ide. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There was another big 500 in there. Thank you, Ash. Thank you, Floob. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, MKZ. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Cyber Sins of the Father. Thank you, Finn. Thank you, AWE Nessie. Thank you, Concerned Jew. Thank you, Owl Puzzle. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Flying Simulacra. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Loki, for the big fundo. Very generous. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Gemini XYZ. Thank you, Tobin Cop, Eleanor, Foggy, Burr, Sue, Anonymous, UGDPY_, Anonymous, and Anonymous. Okay, the door went, but it sounds like Ashley's getting it. Very good. Thank you very much, Katoa, Sam, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Mothmouth. Thank you, Alex P from Michigan. Hot Pockets at 2 a.m. Thank you, P Faithful, Cinders, Marco A. Person, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Dan C. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Marja. Thank you, Borgia. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Kaki. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3 again. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you, Anonymous, with the big 500. Thank you, Stephen H., MB Genie, Katarina, Tynes, Anonymous, Shona, Anonymous with the big 500. I'm going to take a second. Oh, jeez. Oh, blimey. I know what million means. We're in the millions of cookies at the moment. Oh, jeez. We're up to 3,300, by the way. Okay. So, thank you to Bloody Saffron, Jay. Thank you to Anonymous, but they've written in the word anonymous, and thus they are not anonymous. I'm not counting that if they write it there. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Dennis Prager's Ghost. I think that's slightly premature. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Rook. Thank you, Dark Cloud. Thank you, Ton. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Dots the Hero. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Wow It's Payday / Big and Large. Thank you to Mad Madam Min. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Violet. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Dan Danny 8363 MTR. Thank you to Olivia Anonymous. Sanamher 616. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you Natty Soltez. Thank you Natty Soltez. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Lil Gramsci. Thank you Verdant Hope, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Gotler. Thank you Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you to Heavenpad. Thank you Snail. Thank you Robert Cassidy. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you Elroy. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Lewis. Thank you Man with Free Papers, Heart Needle, Luke Rish, Anonymous, Turtles, AWD, Anonymous 1 and 2, Baha Blast 420, Hassan, Rihanna with the big 5 hundo, Kai with the big 15 hundo. Thank you to all of you. Thank you Grozug. Thank you Jean Sebastian. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Powder. Thank you Anonymous again. Thank you Addy. Thank you Sean O. Dub HG Hale. Dub Hale. Maybe. I'm so sorry. I'm useless. But thank you. Thank you Siptopia. Thank you Ally. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Corey. Thank you Conky. Thank you GGWP. Thank you very much to Anonymous. Thank you Captain Kennedy. Thank you Scadhaug. Thank you Cody, Elise, Crucifix Spat. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Lamet. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you The Giant Ewok. Thank you SPK44, Eon997, Adham, Anonymous, Mark M, Dan, Anonymous, Avid Keo, Fearless Liam, Angeline, Luke, Anonymous, Dial, M Kreb. Ugh, damn. Thank you to all of you. I was on such a roll then. Thank you to M Krabil. There we go. Thank you to Doe, Anonymous, Jules, Anonymous, and Anonymous 2. Thank you Fresh Joe. Thank you Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Lynn Short is Rad. Thank you Ray Quasar. Thank you Timon. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you Susie. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Snail again. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you Tadas. Thank you Free Palestine. Thank you Duo's Angel. Thank you Vietnam for Palestine. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Cam. Thank you Anonymous again. Thank you to Poopin Pants. Thank you Titan. Thank you Turner, Anonymous, Bullfrogs, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to J Hubes, Renee H, Bucky, Anonymous, Just Seaver, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Justin, Lee, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Fuba, Anonymous, Benny, Bradley, Red, and Anonymous again. Oh, taking a second now. Jesus Christ. Wizard Tower for 330 million. Summons cookies with magic spells. I just elbowed the microphone. I'm so sorry. Oh. Jesus. Oh, what a mess. Mm. Go up to 75 there. Very good. What if we just waited and we got a wizard tower? I need to keep half an eye over here for golden ones, don't I? Okay. Here we go. Thank you. Commander T5. Patron Kaplan. Jason Stash. Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Serious Shrek Analysis. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Dleek. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, The Pondering Sloth. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Channing. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Bird Tagler. Thank you to Von Dierde. Von Dierde. Thank you, Nagai. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Rob N. Thank you, Sakura Mana 90. Thank you, Joe Byrne, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Mixed Demeanor. Thank you, Scotch. Thank you, EDK for the big fundo. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Mark Sigenthaler. Thank you, Voros, Tony Choco, Mantere. Thank you, the McMisteroys. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Laurie Gardner. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Mad Midge. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Chicken Paste, Anonymous, Mackenzie, CLC, Cepheus, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Funky Shark, Anonymous, Robbie G, Dr. Bambi, Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you, Adam, Frank Noiro, Griff, Winged Robot, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. The final one there being a big fundo. Thank you, Shelly Pelly, Anonymous, Chris, Thomas the Tanky, Aisha, Anonymous again, Smorgy Adventures. Thank you to Kate, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Olivia, and Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Maggie, Adelaide, Anonymous, Mio, Anonymous, Corey, and Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Salazart, Usama, August Maverick, Big Boopies. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Craze Tex, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3 again. Thank you, BRM, Anonymous, Armonic, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Keys Hugenboom, Anonymous again. Pdar, Collar, Disco Elysium, Unicam, Anonymous again. Cassie Rinfret, El Samu, Anonymous once more. Thank you to El Domo Kiva, 0.099, Cassie Rinfret again. Wow, that's very generous. Two big donates, very close together. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Ceasing. Thank you, Hubert Cumberdale. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Makeshift Robin, Blue Forget, Anonymous 1 and 2, George Orwell. It's written like this. Let's see why I got tripped up there. Thank you. L. Gob. Mac. Hella. Dropped Voltage. Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Jan. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Roberto Millen Ayala. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Smaller Mauler. Thank you, Dirt Blanket. Charu with the 666 donation there. Thank you, Agent Rush. Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, James. Anglerby. Anonymous. Luna Over. Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Harry S. Fala Kokhar. Anonymous. Tom R. Anonymous. Danny and Lucy. Ah, there we go. Ah, Jesus Christ. Ah. I don't regret saying I'd do this. I just didn't. I didn't realize quite so many people were gonna donate. Ugh. Ooh. What's 1,000 fingers again? Oh, anyway. Thank you to Anonymous, Cat W, Anonymous again. Thank you to Matt B, Anonymous and Anonymous. Big 500 there as well. Thank you to Sandra Dauber, CJ, Hugo, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to M. Thank you Monkey D. Luffy, Ben, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Daredevil. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Thank you to Xavier. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you James, Caleb M, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you EDF Scout. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Seth. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you Everett. Thank you Lobo. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you Stephen. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Mayor Long Bunny. Thank you Ivan Miles. Or Ivan Miles, I suppose. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. That last one was a big 1,500 there. That's absolutely incredible. Thank you to MZT Owl with the big 500. Thank you Morso. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Alexis. Thank you Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Zoe. Thank you Martina. Thank you Rob from Essex, where Essex is all in caps. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Kat. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Johan or Johan, I'm not sure. Thank you very much Anonymous. 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 I think that was 9. Thank you Milo. Thank you Leela Masand. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you The Jolly Pirate. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you Matilda Signorini. Thank you Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Dexter's Squire. Anonymous. Benjamin Bower. Anonymous. Nada Skeleton. Erin. Anonymous. And Will Lark. With a big 400 there. Thank you very much to Anonymous, Smuggless X, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3, Jacob Campbell Smith, and Clayton Miller. Thank you all. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you Benjamin Rouquette, Samir, Trisk, Anonymous, and That Internet Guy. Thank you to Anonymous in the live chat there as well. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to do half of them today. I'm not doing all of them today. I'll do half of them today. I'll come back and do the other half tomorrow or something. I'm not doing this for like 7 hours. Oh, I'll die. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to MJ, Sukdom, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Thomas, Anonymous, L, Anonymous, Rafael Sanchez, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Mike Yocom, Ellie Flynn, Anonymous, Rowan with the big 500. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Marcus Pfeiffer, Sam, Anonymous. Thank you, Mr. Bond. Thank you, Willow Weeks. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. One of those was a big 500 and another one was a big fundo. Oh, blimey. Thank you, Zodiaca. Thank you, Zoo. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, George K, Paul, and Evan Pitkin. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Jonathan Reap, Anonymous. Thank you, Karaoke Night. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Nai. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Hazuki-chan. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Mechano Malakaris. Thank you, Mechano Malakaris. Thank you very much for the donate, you bastard. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Eden. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Twiggy is ready. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Free Range Eggs. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Mark Mikulak. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Soph. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Tawny Lady. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Darren from NY. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those last two were a big 500 and a big fundo again. Thank you, Nathaniel Perry. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Python. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Z3LT1K09. Thank you, Richard with the big 500. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Piper Campbell Lund. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Thank you very much, Abby. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Sam Hellbent. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Tyler S, Marai, Anonymous, Charlotte Roberts, Cherie, Brent Strong, and Seamus. Thank you all. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, I just said. Thank you. Thank you, Pooja. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Loz. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you very much, Ellen. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Sad and Oh So Tired. Thank you, SI. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Jacob Engberg. Thank you, JJ, Anonymous, Amelia Wynn, and Rachel Lee Woods. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, 8Z, Irene, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Equo, Anonymous, Ben McKenzie, and Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Happy. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Ganks. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Jonas, Malt, Hinchley, Mendy and Jazzy D, Hattie, and Anonymous 1 and 2. I'm going to stop there for 1 second. In fact, no, I'm not. We're close to 1,000 cut off, so I'm going to carry on. Thank you to Pretending with Dice, Roman Ozapov. Thank you to Anonymous, McKeague, Anonymous again, Dilena, Shy Guy, Nostril, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Rob, Anonymous. Thank you to me. Thank you to Lone Rico, Fish, K8, Singmeister, Anonymous, and Caitlin Strong. Thank you all. Ooh, and that's us at 4,000. Do any... A lot of... They all have... No, wait. About 1 in 10 has a donation message. But a lot of them just say... thank you. Thanks for organizing this. Free Palestine. You know, things like that. I read out the funny ones, basically. Ugh. And some of them are like... mean. You know, unknowingly mean. They're along the lines of, wow, I thought you'd be young, you know, stuff like that. I pictured you as a young, skinny guy, and not an old, fat man. You know, stuff like that. Like, thanks. Just, you know, how can I take that? I want a wizard tower. Oh. The sad ones are ones where, you know, people donate like a small amount and they're really apologetic about that they can't donate more. And that always makes me feel bad. It's like, you know, every little counts, doesn't it? And it's the thought and the support, you know, more than the actual amounts. That's the important thing. Oh. I tell you what, I'm going to run to the bathroom. And then I'll come back and I'll do another 1,000. Yeah. BRB in a few minutes, folks. Hello, folks. Oh, I forgot to put BRB on the screen. I could get banned. Oh. Have you ever smoked a Dragon Quest? I have not. Hey, there's our Wizard Tower. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh. Ooh. I need to be destroyed. Like a dog. Ah, 1 second. Okay. Right. Okay. There we go. Thank you, Guitar Mania 07. Thank you very much, Kingy. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Captain Benicular. Annie Zokani. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Shams. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Supernorma 1. Thank you, Jambulance 4. Thank you, Lockheed Martin, for the $10 donate. Thank you, Mythical 9. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, Theodeme. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Finn the Bin. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Wet Ferret, for the big 500. Thank you, Ak4. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Clement. Thank you, Phil G, for the big 500. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Jersty. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Friend of the Girl and Girlfriend. What does that mean? Well, thank you anyway. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Corny. Thank you, Cephal-Sneer. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Cozy Melancholy, Steely Hands, We Must Repopulate, Derbelberger, Dog Cover Up, Billions Must Donate, More, Pay to Win, Pig Dog, Wormstrom, Ellierin88, Yaka, Julia, Anonymous, Boop, Anonymous, and Buddha Sandwich. Oh, that was pretty good for one breath, wasn't it? Okay. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ash, Eater, the Eater of Ash. Thank you, Lilja. Thank you, Anonymous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, Yaka. Thank you, Nick and Steve. Thank you, Rippy Doo. Again. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Bees. Thank you, Sussified, Bielka, Will, Jack, Anonymous, Sapling, Anonymous. Thank you all. I had to stop because I got too confused on one. Thank you, TLBIITEOTB. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Tara Siegel. Thank you, Dr. Payne. Thank you, Seth Goatfriend. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Geektron. Thank you, Voidberger. Thank you, Kazmorg. Thank you, 6 Cars and a Grizzly Bear. Thank you, Josh, James Avery, Pick Your Cliche, Anonymous. Thank you, What Game Is This? Thank you, Dark Cookie 23. Thank you, Nim. Thank you to John Bigman, who says early day 2 and almost 200k. So that's where we're up to. That's fun. Caught my name drop. Oh yeah. Thank you, Flamby, Heihachi Mishima. Thank you to Pet Him. Thank you, Myopic Duck, Danimal91, Zamph117, Justina, Pet, Good Doggo, Good Boy. Thank you to Cover the Dog Up. Thank you to Petting the Dog emoji. Thank you, Melzy. Thank you, a little emoji face and a petting the dog emoji. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Looking at You, Fee. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Dahlia. Kitty. Please let chat know they're cute, says Kitty. You're all cute. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Your King of Cups. Thank you, Sockham Chim. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Anya. Thank you, Messi. Thank you to Sean. That's me. I did a big fundo donate. That one's me. Thank you. Was that me? I think that might have been a matched donate thing I did. Anyway. Thank you, Face Tax. Thank you, Lesbians Attack. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Legsy, who says, find the Albinoric woman. She hides in a cave, to the etc. Thank you, Tau Alpha. Thank you, go on then. Thank you, Your King of Cups. Surreptitious Sparky. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Andy T. Jacui Hose. Berg H. Apollo's Dagger. Pizor. Oni. Yaka. Nerd That Was Promised. Margus Goon. And Indie Bread Dough. Thank you very much to Anonymous and Anonymous. Thank you. How log can I make this name to break the display of donations? X. How log can I make this name? Thank you, Soph. Thank you, Microtonalist. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, James. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ox Falling. Thank you, Sparkle Dog Enthusiast. Thank you, Thanks, Sean. Thank you, Anonymous, Oggin, Molroth, Tyzo, Anonymous, Preston, and JNoob400. Thank you very much. That's me. I like people who are here getting shout outs in the chat. It's cute. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, HC Justin. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Kyle, Phil, Cheshire Dude, Anonymous, Sam, Anonymous, and Shrek's Filthy House. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Oscar. Thank you to Schrudelschwein and Nodelschwein. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you, Karim Puff. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you to Jack, Anonymous. I missed the hat, full stop. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Cat Tribal for the big 500. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. There's a big fundo at the end there as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Perennial Astronaut, Anonymous, Really Crunchy, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Tom A. Thank you, Brobot Bennett. Thank you, Lolo McLefty. Thank you, Graham and Joma, Anonymous, Sparrow Duckbird, and Anonymous again. Thank you, Vice President Fruitly, Dino Tortle, Alice, Anonymous, November, Avdemison, I'm going to say. Thank you to Sky. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, JK Homan. Thank you, Hisbuff95, Jesus Murphy _ Josh Newton, Tom Hinson. Thank you to Camp Farting Rocks in all capitals. Thank you very much, B4R4. Thank you, Shoalfield. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Charlie Hawley, Lek Krupa. or Lech Krupa. Thank you, Ryan Anonymous. Thank you, K-By. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Anonymous again. Oh, 1 sec. Oh, my brain is dying. I'm gonna click the cookie a bit. Makes me feel better. I get 11,000 cookies a click. That's probably some sort of record, right? That's probably the most anyone's ever got. Oh. Oh. Whew. Let's kill this. Okay. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, PZ. Thank you, Commander T5. There's been a lot of donates from Commander T5. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. We're going in chronological order. We're in day 2 at the moment. Thank you, Yumbrion. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Rosie. Anonymous again. Thank you, Blue SR. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Suze Kempner. Thank you, Ian, Nick, Anonymous, and Kevin. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Murdo, Lorenzo, Edric27, John Wolf, and Anonymous again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesty's Kidding. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Cross. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Sonic Factory, Yash, Matt, Anonymous, and Casfat. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, Lucum Ferto, for the big fundo there. I remember I read this person's name wrong, didn't I? I feel very bad about that. Your wife donated $250 to the IDF. Oh, Jesus Christ. If you're American, they already get enough for your money. I want 25 banks. Thank you very much, Hope Loneheart, Nicto, Fiona, Goldbruff, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you very much to Logan, Anonymous, Laura, Daniel, Fraser Ross, Nat, and John O'Reilly. Thank you very much to Anonymous, Sam, Anonymous, Miriel, Pastor of Vows, Anonymous again, Uncle Fenrir, Anonymous again. Thank you to Sam, Bobo, Fish on Hill, and Andy. Ooh. Thank you very much to Anonymous, Kai Miera, Anonymous, April, Anonymous, Clement Farge. Thank you very much, Kevin Harrington, Anonymous, Sharman Ulla, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Rain. Thank you, Freya. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, MJ. Thank you, Hex. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Wisdom J. Thank you, Jimamac85. Thank you, August Wolf 22. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, C. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sorry, August Wolf 22 made me think, is someone 103 in the chat? And then I was like, what if they're 3 years old and they called themselves August Wolf and it's the 3-year-old? And now that's stuck in my head. Hang on, I need to get rid of it. That's so dumb. Oh. Hey, we're over 2k Anonymous. Thank you very much to Zauben Truckonymous. Thank you, Anona Trucker. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Kelly M, Millie, Samus, Lawlark, Anonymous. Thank you, Rotten Stray, for the big fundo. We're getting Elden Ring references now. Thank you, Matt D. Thank you, the 5th Matt, for the big 5 hundo there. Thank you, Kia Samael. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Kilpy. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Daisy. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Zankoas. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Matigen. I'm so rubbish. J's just throw me. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Anonymous. I like when there's one and then the other like that for like a while, you know. Okay, let's see. Cabezaestafa. Thank you, Cab. Thank you, Austin Taylor. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, DK Marzipan. Thank you, Sir J-Man99, Dundarius, Igig, Dave, Anonymous, J Payne, and Kim P. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you, Haste. Thank you, Carl Das Lama. Thank you, Supheim Scott, Thomas Moore, and Emil. Thank you, Anonymous, Roscoe, Anonymous, Duskja, Ka. DUSJKA. Duska, I'm going to say. I'll just ignore J's. J's just don't exist, I think. I think that's the rule. Thank you to Jojo. Thank you, Piccalilly. Thank you, EDK. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Fizzy. Thank you, M_et_al. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Snow Leopard, J Brown, Fizzy again. Thank you, EDK. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Phyllis Orcus. Thank you, Lord Stick Insect. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Enemy Things. Thank you, Fizzy again, who I think was donating to make it 69 over and over in this section. Is this when I was messing with the pennies? I think so, yeah. Thank you, Riyad. Thank you, Karen Venter. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ginez. Thank you, Book of Zemnis 415. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Hollis. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Marnox. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Con. Thank you, Ash. And thank you, Snarbosis. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Iscaral Pust 90. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Mike H, Felon, Gene Genie, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Oh yeah, someone's got to donate with amounts of pennies to get rid of the 88. Oh, hang on, it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's the one. Thank you, Lively Doughboy, Anonymous 1 and 2. Spicy Knife, Anonymous. Donkey, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Ilves. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Clark, Lars LJ, Anonymous. Thank you, Bodger and Badger for the big 500 there. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. That middle one was a 700. That's incredible. Thank you to Michael M, Spiral, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Jeanette M, Anonymous, Max, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Hugo Raider, Captain Trips, Anonymous, Gabriel Hellborn, Jock, Lily Verman, Rickard's Jounsums, Anonymous, Dark Cloud, Anonymous, and Joseph Lewis. Thank you all. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2, Joshua, Cody C, FFX Vid Wen, Anonymous, SpongeBob, Anonymous, Francis, Anonymous, Richard B, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Oh, we're at 4,500. I'm going to stop for a second. Jesus Christ. Yeah, someone put through a donation with a different penny amount. I'm just ordering that. Someone put through like, should we do temples? Let's do it. I demand it be done. Oh. I'm just like zoning out for a second. I'm so sorry. $2,100 anonymouses. That's too many times. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you very much, Aiden, for making it even with that $1.02 donation there and getting us off 88. Very appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Lily, making it up to the next 1,000 barrier. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Jason L9000 for the big 500 there. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Morv. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you very much, Dag, Cinder, Jugan. Oh my god, that I have got no idea what I'm doing with this name. I'm going to paste this in chat. I'm very sorry to you. I'm useless. Entirely my fault that I don't know how to read anything. Thank you, Chatham. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Soggy Feet. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Umari0. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Meowtroid. Thank you, Anonymous again. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Cash for Ash. Thank you, EDK. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Metaphorically Pooping. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, A. Zuba. Zuba, I think. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Trans Rights. Thank you, Big Bonker. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Snorehorse. Thank you, Sean Fan. Thank you, Sean. Thank you to someone. Thank you, Anonymous, in the live donates there. Someone donated $950 with the username Shit Yourself. Which, like, it's such a large donate that I can't ignore it. But that's such a weird message to put with it. I'm not going to. You'd have to. No, there's no amount of money would. No. Right. Anyway, thank you, May Borowski. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Sean is amaze balls. Great. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Cat. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Tia. Thank you, Superfan 420. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Flanders. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Jacob V. Thank you, Josh Altman. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Rachel L. Charlotte Harris, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Cedar. Thank you, Anonymous, for the big 500. Thank you, Luke, Stan, Anonymous, Kit Kat, and Anonymous 1 and 2. There we are. Good going. They're all 100 millions now. Thank you, Claudia Neal. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Pratyish. Thank you, Cullen Lewis. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Doc Sleepless. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Bell Sweep. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Mike Uyama. Thank you, Nathaniel Z. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, Ariella. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Blue Sky Music. Owen Cosmo. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, M, in the live feed there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Alexander. Naum, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Stephanie Majo. Thank you, Sean is Stinky. Thank you very much. Thank you, River. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you to Cully for the big 500. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Merlos, Marija, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Jason, Mikkel Inkowski, Karsten Kohout, Victoria Bayer, Commander T5, Anonymous, Spencer, Anonymous, Kendall, and Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Figworth, Fatal Pastry, Ria H, Jack Henry London, and Clyde. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3, James, and Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Ronan K, Anonymous, Jet Peterson, Duck Bill Hatterpus, Astrid, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Kieran Moran, Unorthodox Individual, Susanna, Anonymous, SC3071, Anonymous 1 and 2, Hattie, Anonymous, Andy, Jonathan, Saimi, Mauro, Policicchio, I think. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Cree Q. Thank you, Anonymous, Tom, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Tusk. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. I might be one off now. It was like a half press. I don't know if it went through. Oh, thank you, T. Loring. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Aethlek. Thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Trowell. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Claudia, Max, Makona 271, Anonymous, Morgan, Conrad, and ET again. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Hey Joe. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Bailey. Thank you, Seagoing Conch. Conch, I'm going to choose to say. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Noodles, Anonymous, Kafkaesque, Wriggles, Anonymous, Jessica, Anonymous, Niaogon, Lady Juicy, Nikki, and KT. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2, and 3, Cat, Anonymous, Newer, Dealan Cars, Gate, Neff, and Nick with the big 300 there. Thank you very much. Oh, God. Are you officially a VTuber now that you're doing it? I feel bad for the contract ones who are contracted to do that, even if it's ridiculous, you know, and they're like, well, they have to do this, you know? They like sit there saying thank you for like hours and hours. Oh, I couldn't be one of those contract street, not that, you know, that I would ever either apply to or get the job ever. But I couldn't. If you dropped it in my lap, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. You need to sell this or you need to play this today. If I didn't want to do it, you know, it'd just be terrible. Oh, jeez. Oh. Let's see then. Okay, there's basically flat out 9,000. Thereabouts. Oh, if I could get to 5,000, that would leave a smaller job to do tomorrow. Sean actually been reading out donator names for the last 4 hours. I have. I've been taking breaks, like this one is a little mini break. I'm not going to do them all today because I'll mess my throat up. Go for 50 factories maybe. But I'll get to 5k and then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll do the rest of them tomorrow. That's fair. Okay, thank you very much to Nick. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you John Gabriel UK. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Warsmith Wolf. Thank you Liberation. Thank you Kanosuke. Thank you Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you It's Only Thee. Thank you to Beans. Thank you Mito. Thank you Anonymous 1, 2 and 3. Thank you to Sean, but spelled the other way. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3 and 4. Thank you Angelo, Sumalef, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you Leo. Thank you Elkija, I'm going to say incorrectly. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you Mukul Saini. Thank you to Anonymous again. Thank you Reptilian Overlord, Anonymous, DYM. Thank you to James Leaks, Ramshackle Mac, Anonymous 1, 2 and 3. Thank you to Porridge Man, Deadly P, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Sid from India. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2 and 3. Thank you to Tara. Thank you Astrid. Thank you Anonymous. Thank you Sigrid the Fops, Anonymous, Riley G, Anonymous, Moxie, Anonymous, RM McGrath, and Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Cassie, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Ross and Astrid. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Birdie. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2 and 3. Thank you, AJC. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Fib. And thank you, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Jarius or Jarius. Thank you, Benjlin. Thank you, Sol. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Kubk. Thank you, Mason. Thank you, Lana. Thank you, Anonymous 1, 2 and 3. Thank you, Tona. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Ali Arab. Thank you, Balthazar. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Hugh and May Fons. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Thank you, Momo. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Nick. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Crane. Thank you to Joe and Kat and Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Thank you to The Gourmand, Beep Boop, Tinny June, Rex and Cross, Toe Spring and Billy. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3 and 4. Thank you HM Teal, Lucas, Anglerby, Shushi Cat, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Hassan, Anonymous 1, 2 and 3. Thank you to John Acril, Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Thank you Mike F. Thank you Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Bruce, Friendship Cannon, A Wizard, Dumb Can, Marla and Anonymous. Thank you to A Shaggy Dog, Bell, Ethan, Anonymous 1 and 2. Leah, Anonymous 1 and 2. One of those with a big 500 there. Thank you to Meryl, Emma, Anonymous, Pew, Brew, even, Anonymous, Piraka, Mystica. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. And Chovy, Aritrans, Anonymous, Armin, and Anonymous again. Thank you all. Ugh. Okay. Pushing through. I'm pushing through to 5k. I'm running out of steam now, I don't mind admitting. Okay. Thank you to Bergdoll, Jordan, Adrian, Just Someone, A Shaggy Dog, Holly, Zoya, Mustache the Cat, Anonymous, Tex Coco, Anonymous 1 and 2, Isaac, Axel E, and Face Taxpayer. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you, Part Mush. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Padrig. I can't. Uh-oh, I deleted it. Fuck. I Control Z, I can, yes. You know, like the Irish Patrick, written like that. Thank you. So, I feel like racistly bad at reading names. You know, like it's sort of a weaponized incompetence based on disrespect. I swear it's not that. I've always been clueless at pronunciations. Thank you to Sean's Slovak brother in chat there. Thank you very much. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, and 3. Thank you to Daisy Maisie, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Ellen, Anonymous, Florida Dropout. Thank you to Anonymous, Ian, Dries, Fangtorn, Redawn, Anonymous again, Spider Eyes, Amin B, Eggs, Kyle, and Anonymous. Thank you all. You're the J.K. Rowling of reading names. Thank you to EDK, X Hopped, Farhad, Anonymous 1 and 2. Thank you to Thomas Lacey, Carla, and Anonymous 1 and 2 again. Thank you very much to Frankie, Anonymous, Emily, Kinetic, Free Palestine, Izzy, and CGK. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Thank you to Tita. Thank you to Anonymous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you very much to Austin, Anonymous, Rita, Anonymous, The Fourth Ed, and Michaela Kelly. Thank you to Anonymous 1 and 2, Bad Germs, Anonymous again, Trilobite, Tiana Via, JP, and Anonymous 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you to Hair Blue Wings, Simon, Adam Chappell, Anonymous, Narostrol, Anonymous again. Thank you to Alex Cass, Doesn't Matter Who, Nathaniel Bateman, Sarah Z, Rad, Incel Jazz, and Anonymous again. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mercer, The Evil Orb, Eleanor Vacant, Anonymous, Jimmy B, Tiana Via, and Anonymous again. And that's 5,000. I'm going to stop exactly there so that I know that we got up to exactly 5,000. And I should carry on from there tomorrow. Oh, well, that's good anyway. We've given ourselves... we have less to do now tomorrow than we did today, which is good. I can handle that because I'm running out of steam today. And I need to go and lie down. But thank you very much, folks. Thank you for tuning in. I will do a second part to this thank you stream tomorrow, where I'll do this again. Yeah. Who are we gonna raid? Hey, Blue SR donated, and I said a thank you to Blue SR. So how about we /raid Blue _SR_, right? Brilliant. Alright, I will be back tomorrow, where I will continue with this. I will see you then, folks. Farewell.